Well, good day. Here we are. It's Thursday already. Thursday already. The Pink Floyd mug is back. The World Hide and Seek Champion t-shirt is out. We have a number of very awesome people we'll be talking to this evening. Cannot wait. And we're going to be playing some music. We got some more new tunes from people that have been replying to my plea for music to play. So that's super exciting. Can't wait for that either. So many things we can't wait for. It's awesome. It's like Christmas morning. I have my cousin messaging me right now on Facebook. Hey, Jennifer. Everything's going well, thank you. The clan is quite well. If you're watching this, then if you're not, then you're not going to get this message because I can't really reply to you yet. I'll figure out a way to do that though during the break. How about that? Okay. Mr. Shannon Christopher Wright, Thursday for you. That's right. I forget about you people in Australia living in the future. How dare you build time machines? Unbeknownst to us. That's why you're all actors. That's why you're all actors down there, because we know Australia doesn't exist. We're on to you. Don't think we're not. All right. Let's try this one. Child arrived just the other day. You came to the world in the usual way, but there were planes to catch and bills to pay. He learned to walk while I was away. He was talking before I knew it, and as he grew, he said, I'm gonna be like you, Dad. You know I'm gonna be like you. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man in the moon. When you're coming home, Dad, I don't know when, but we'll get together then. You know we'll have a good time then. My son turned 10 just the other day. He said, thanks for the ball, Dad, come on, let's play. Can you teach me to throw? I said, not today, got a lot to do. He said, that's okay. Walked away with a smile never dimmed. He said, I'm gonna be like him, yeah. You know I'm gonna be like him. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, the little boy blue and the man in the moon. Oh, when you're coming home, Dad, I don't know when, but we'll get together then. You know we'll have a good time then. The other day, so much like a man, I just had to say, son, I'm proud of you. Can you sit for a while? He shook his head and he said with a smile, what I'd really like, Dad, is to borrow the car keys. See you later, can I have them, please? And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man in the moon. Oh, when you're coming home, son, I don't know when, but we'll get together then, Dad. You'll know we'll have a good time then. since retired and his son's moved away. I called him up just the other day. I said, I'd like to see you if you don't mind. He said, I'd love, Dad, if I can find the time. You see, my new job's a hassle and the kids have the flu, but it's sure nice talking to you, Dad. It's been sure nice talking to you. And as I hung up the phone, it occurred to me, he'd grown up just like me. My boy was just like me. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man in the moon. Oh, when you coming home, son, I don't know when, but we'll get together then, Dad. You know we'll have a good time then. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man in the moon. When you coming home, son, I don't know when, but we'll get together then, Dad. You know we'll have a good time then. Not a bad way to start out this Thursday evening. Trying to stay awake. I tried to stay awake all day today, just so I lost it around 5. Lost it around 5 o'clock. Went upstairs to lie down for an hour and a half. Silly mistake. Should have pushed through. Mason, I'm glad I didn't put off that song either. Do I know just a song before I go? Crosby, Stills, Nash. I do. Let me look it up. The problem that I find with Crosby, Stills, and Nash is I have to pick one of the melodies, and usually it's Stephen Stills. Bridget, yes, welcome to the Just Woke Up Club. Awesome. Usually it's Stephen Stills that does the melody, but sometimes he sneaks a lower harmony in there, and it makes it difficult for me sometimes on the fly before, without having really gone through the song. But hey, Darcy, yeah, absolutely. If you have any other suggestions, let me know. Anyway, so I have problems sometimes picking which harmony is going to be. If you saw some of the earlier broadcasts when I do Carry On, I finally have figured out what I'm doing in that tune, so that works out. That works out pretty well. We'll see with this one. I'm just going to take a quick look and see how bad the chords are, since I haven't done it before. And if there's anything you guys want to hear, let me know. Darcy says thanks for the Harry Chapin, as I pointed out, and if there's anything you want to hear, I will give it my level best if I've heard it before. That's the caveat, is that I have to have heard it before. And I know, how are you supposed to know what I've heard before? All right, well, let's see here. According to this, we use that same awesome Wurlitzer tone. See, I think we're going to want to raise that up a little bit. Yeah, you know what? Let's try this. I'm just going to have to pick a melody. Hey, Jocelyn, how am I feeling today? Let's not talk about that yet. We had a little bit of a almost time to call telehealth today, so we'll jump off that bridge in a bit. So let's see. It's like a When the shows were over, we had to go back home. When we opened up the door, I had to be alone. She held me with my suitcase. She stands before my eyes, driving me to the airport and to the friendly skies. Going through security, I held her for so long. She finally looked at me in love, and she was gone. Just a song before I go, a lesson to be learned. Traveling twice the speed of sound, it's easy to get burned. Just a song before I go, a lesson to be learned. Traveling twice the speed of sound, it's easy to get burned. There we go. That was a nice one. Minus all that cool Stephen Stills crazy guitar solos in the middle. I shouldn't say crazy, tasty, very tasteful guitar solos in the middle of that song. I like it. Alrighty. Dancing on the Ceiling, Lionel Richie. Wow. I don't know. Oh, what a feeling. I don't know what the verses do in that song. That's one of those weird. You ever have those songs where obviously the hook is in the chorus and that's all you know is the chorus? Let me see. Let me see if it jogs any memories. I know it's got a bzzz, which we're not going to be able to do. That also sounds like Gloria. Let's see. Dancing on the Ceiling. Oh, what a feeling. When we're dancing on the ceiling. Doo, boo. What is happening here? Something's going on. It's not quite clear. So it's like, what is happening here? Something's going on. It's not quite clear. Somebody turn on the lights. We're gonna have a party and it's starting tonight. Oh, what a feeling. We're dancing on the ceiling. Oh, what a feeling. We're dancing on the ceiling. Oh, and then there's another verse, or it's like a bridge, but they don't call it a bridge. When you start to lose control when the music is right. Somebody hanging around, don't get uptight. See there's a bridge in there that I don't know how it goes at all. Screw it. We'll try it. We just won't do the bridge. How about that? Just eliminate the bridge. Bridge out. We're driving through the county. It's a rainy night. Hail. Snowstorm. Bridge is out. We can do the rest of it, though. It is what it is. I think it's more half the shirts and then 25%, 25%. Or half the shirts, 40% the guests, and 10% the music. What's happening here? Something going on, it's not quite clear. Somebody turn off the lights. We're gonna have a party and it's starting tonight. Oh, what a feeling. We're dancing on the ceiling. Oh, what a feeling. We're dancing on the ceiling. Oh, what a feeling. Dance, room is hot, and that's good. Some of my friends came back from the neighborhood. People started climbing the walls. Oh, it looks like everybody is having a ball. Oh, what a feeling. We're dancing on the ceiling. Dancing on the ceiling. Oh, what a feeling. Dancing on the ceiling. Oh, what a feeling. Dancing on the ceiling. Get loose, don't hold back. Ain't no use keeping feet off the ground. His feet off the ground is when we like to party. We only like to get down. Oh, what a feeling when you read ahead of the tablature. Oh, what a feeling when it scrolls faster than you're reading. Oh, what a feeling. Dancing on the ceiling. Oh, what a feeling. Dancing on a feeling. You say what? Can't stop now, it's just getting started. Everybody clap your hands. Come on, everybody. Let's dance. Oh, what a feeling. I don't know where that last part came from. I felt it needed it. Felt it needed the dominant seventh to the fourth drop. I don't know why. Well, there's the first. If you ever told me that I'd be playing Dancing on the Ceiling, I would not have believed you. And I realized halfway through the song too that there's a key change at the end. It modulates up, as all these things did back then. I know, right? The little ding, ding. So good. Well, we're about 5 minutes away from our first guest, and you're all still here. That's wonderful. No one's run screaming away from my abhorrent Lionel Richie impression. Will, fantastic. I appreciate it, Chris. I appreciate you asking for it. Thank you. We did this one. A few days ago. Chris Bollister suggested it as a theme. Actually, a lot of people had suggested it as a theme, and I kind of shied away from it because it was very high in the register to sing, and I didn't want to do it a disservice. And then we thought let's do it like a loungy version, like a really kind of subdued. I love to use the word subdued when it comes to music. It's probably not the right word. Sultry is also not the right word all the time, but it's like that kind of a feeling. If somebody comes up with the right word, let me know and I'll start using that instead. Anyway, I think we should try it again. I know it's off a little bit, but it's okay. Moist. Young teacher, the subject of a schoolgirl fantasy. She wants him so badly, knows what she wants to be. Inside her, there's longing. This girl's an open page. Bookmarking, she's so close now. This girl is half his age. Don't stand, don't stand, don't stand so close to me. Don't stand, don't stand so, don't stand so close to me. Friends are so jealous, you know how bad girls get. Sometimes it's not so easy to be a teacher's pet. Temptation, frustration, so bad it makes him cry. Wet bus stop, she's waiting, his car is warm and dry. Don't stand so, don't stand so close to me. Don't stand so, don't stand so close to me. Loose talk in the classroom, yeah, they try and try. Strong words in the staff room, the accusations fly. It's no use, he sees her, he starts to shake and cough, just like the old man in the book by Nabokov. Don't stand so, don't stand so close to me. Don't stand so, don't stand so close to me. so, don't stand so close to me. Don't stand so, don't stand so close to me. Please don't stand so, don't stand so close to me. Please don't stand so, don't stand so close to me. All right. Is the word loungy? The word may be loungy, yeah, but sometimes it doesn't necessarily make the right connotation. Sometimes I think the word loungy, can have some negative effects to it, right? Like it's just cheesy. Oh man, maybe it is. I don't know. I could just be a really inner cheesy kind of guy. I had to use the word moist there for Greg Ausner though, because especially with the effect on it, moist. That's going to drive some people right off the deep end right there. All right. Well, let's get our first guest on the line. Seeing that we've gone a little bit over time, a couple minutes, it's not too bad. Although I will say, I'm feeling much better about how the evening's going to go so far because so far no crash. And David Michael jumps in the comments with an excellent link right now. It's Stacey Donnelly's birthday. Everybody say happy birthday, Stacey. And with Stacey's birthday, she's also doing a fundraiser. Of course she is, because she's just the most benevolent human on the planet. And she's doing a charity drive, and David was kind enough to drop that link in the comments. So please go check out the charity drive and make sure that you can help out some way. Yeah, we have to remember that, we're all looking out for ourselves right now, of course, because it's just a weird kind of time. But that doesn't mean that we can't also help everybody else out, especially those who are less fortunate. I think during these times, those people are even more vulnerable because people are putting themselves first. So it's something that we should, I think, try and look at. I've got Mr. Michael McCann on the video chat, anxiously awaiting for me to stop talking so that I can bring him on board from the Canada South Blues Society. Let's bring him on. Michael, how are you, sir?
Good, Chris. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, sir. And I must commend you and Walter on the fantastic fedoras. It's wonderful. It makes me feel.
Yeah. It's kind of a thing I've been in. I got about 4 or 5 of them hanging around here. I got even the grandkids right now are wearing them. So
nice. Let's bring them back. I'm fully in favor of bringing back that 1940s kind of vibe with the headgear. I think it's just so classy. It's wonderful.
Start coming out to our blues shows. Get the folks out there, man.
Nice.
Keep the music alive, right?
Absolutely. Well, let me start off by asking first, everybody doing okay there?
Yeah. We're good here. I have a daughter that's an RT. She works in Chatham at Chatham Alliance. So I'm concerned about her, but everything's good with her. Everything's under control. So all you can do is wish for the best, right?
Absolutely. And make sure you give her our thanks for continuing to go out and doing that job.
I do every day. So I'm so proud of her, right?
As you should be. Well, as I mentioned in your kind of lead in here, and I've got it on your title card that so you're with the Canada South Blues Society. Tell us a little bit about what the Blues Society does, and then maybe if you could kind of let us know how has this impacted what you would be doing during normal times, in terms of meetings and gatherings.
Yeah, well, as you see, I got my shirt on here. It's 2020 is kind of funny because 2020 happened to be a year we'll never forget. For
no
sure.
doubt.
But I mean, it also happened to be our 20-year anniversary. We had all kinds of things lined up for the year. Our Battle of the Blues Bands, our Road to Memphis Challenge, you were talking about the food bank. I do a thing at the Riverside Sportsman every year, the Riverside Blues thing, and all goes to the Unemployed Help Center food bank. And over the last 5 years, we've probably raised close $16,000 for them, and tons of food and coach, and that's in jeopardy right now. I've been talking with them, and we don't know what's happening there yet. I've been involved with Blues Fest Windsor. I know they're hoping that things get rolling. I'm kind of involved on the Blues Day with them. Actually a couple of festivals, so everything's on hold.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
the tough part is like with me, I've gained a lot of friends that are musicians, both locally and from all over the world. Really, our shows are international shows, and we were lucky enough to get our first show out of the way, which was the Cashbox Kings. They came in and did an awesome show, but I've had to cancel 2 shows already now, right? And we're hoping to reschedule into 2021, right? But it's tough for everybody, and especially like I admire what you're doing here, and I really advise a lot of the guys that are sitting at home, the touring guys, because those guys are really struggling a lot in a sense, because I mean they leave their families behind, probably 5-6 days a week. Most of the folks that I bring through, whether they're Canadian tours or American, so they're stuck at home now, and that's really their main livelihood, and a lot of them, 2 years, they're freaking out that that's a career, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I just tell them to sit back and enjoy the simple things in life, enjoy your little daughter or whatever, right? Because I mean, that's really what'll get us all through it, right?
Yeah, and what else are we going to do? I mean, we can
and some great music, because music. I mean, I've been to quite a few festivals I take in every year on both sides of the border. And one thing I've seen that music really brings people together,
for sure.
And I think with all the crap that's on Facebook, especially with all the elections and everything going on, it's good to break through with like what you're doing here, and there's a lot of free concerts, and a lot of the artists that I deal with, I'm promoting their stuff. They're doing a lot of online stuff too, right? So I mean, it's great that if you can spread the love like that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Music is the one thing that, not the one thing, but I think definitely one of the few things that's able to kind of bind us all together emotionally, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I think it's great that people can continue to kind of spread that emotional bond out to
Yeah.
people.
Like I'm 67, and I got my first guitar when I was probably in grade 8, but back then it was a different time, and other things took precedent over. I remember starting taking guitar lessons, and I own 4 or 5 of them sit here, but I've been so busy, promoting, you guys and doing that, that's
Sure.
what really, and I do it all on a volunteer basis myself, like through the Blues Society. We have a very active board right now. Like we just actually got our charity license,
Oh, nice.
which gave us the opportunity to hold those, 50-50 draws at our shows or whatnot. But it was all going towards our Blues in the Schools program that we were hoping to get started, and we have Jackie Cataract on our board now, and she's with the school board, and she's been a tremendous help with us in getting us, going in that direction. We've already held a demo for the teachers during one of the the PD days, I guess, over
Yep.
at the Vista School here, and they were very impressed. We brought over the Reverend Robert Jones, a historian from Detroit, and this guy was amazing, and that's just a look at what we want to do, because I mean, it's all got to do with the youth, David
For
Michael
sure.
is a good example of what he does at Rockstar there with the young kids. I'm so impressed, I try to get down there, like those, the kids there, those kids are amazing,
Yeah.
and to see the young individual talent that he'll throw up on a stage, it's really nice to see that stuff.
It is
And
nice, and
that's Go ahead. Go ahead.
It is nice, and it's cool because what it gives them is what a lot of us didn't have when we were first, getting introduced, is like a real
Right.
taste of what it's like to be on a real stage with a real sound system in front of a real crowd, and
Right. For sure.
that's going to weed out a couple of things right away. It's either going to weed out the people that aren't quite ready yet, or the guys like me that are just like, okay, let's do this now for the rest
Yeah.
of our lives. Let's do it.
Yeah. For sure. For sure.
For those of us who don't know, much about the Canada South Blues Society, tell us, what does it look like? Because you're a membership organization. So let's say that somebody was interested in becoming a member of the Blues Society.
Right.
What give me the what's in it for me elevator pitch.
What's in it? Well, this year we had a special promotion, for instance, for our 2020 celebration. All members, we sold them five shows for the price of four. We ended up selling, I think, about 50 of those. So that allowed it, because we are a nonprofit. So that allowed us, to stay above board. We had a really good year. We got good support from. My background is labor. I'm retired now for 10 years now, but I was an activist way back in those days. I was a rep at Chrysler's, and so I've got a lot of connection there, and a couple of guys on my board too. So I mean, we've had really good year to keep. Was going to keep us going, but I mean, it looks like we're going to lose probably. I think all of this year and maybe half of next year. Like when it comes to especially American crossing the border, American touring acts, like it's going to be tough on them, because they're going to have to, because they're not just crossing our border, they're over in Italy, they're over wherever they're at, right? And they're back and forth, so it's going to be tough on them.
Yeah, I agree. In this day and age, with there's so much more concentration going toward electronic music, and things like that. Do you find it's a challenge to reach, maybe the younger mindset, with the blues? Because sometimes, the blues is thought of as, the old folks music, and, let alone the fact that they don't realize that most of the music they listen to originated in the blues.
I'd like to lock some people in a room that speak that, and just let them listen to my music selection here, and then let them go outside. I'm sure they come back with a different, because that's happened to a lot of our shows, and David's been a great host with us. Like we have a museum, right, like that is in storage. Like that's part of our history too, that we have the only live induction museum. We've inducted close to 100 artists from all over the world, right?
Nice.
Live inductions, Holger Peterson's been in. I don't know if you're familiar with Holger Peterson, but Stony Plain Records, and I mean, we've had them all in, and Ted Boomer way back 20 years ago started the Blues Society, and he started Blues Fest Windsor. Since he's left, I think he left around 2013. That's when I took over as president, and we've been going pretty good since then. I've tried to keep it fresh, different. I know David's pretty much impressed, because everything I bring in is always different, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I've got to be open to different, because if you want to really bring in the younger people, not all blues is just going to put you to sleep, right? I mean,
sure.
All that stuff that Robert Johnson wrote and everybody knows by Eric Clapton.
Yeah.
Or the Yardbirds and all them, it wasn't, them. It was, the likes of the Robert Johnsons.
Yeah, absolutely.
And electrified when all the black folks started migrating north. They come up through Kansas City and Chicago and Detroit. Howlin' Wolf. I growing up as a kid. I'll say I was 20. That was around 1972. I mean, he was around Windsor all the time.
Yeah.
The old Canada cover. He was always around. He was a very imposing figure. He was a scary guy.
Yeah.
But all those guys were around here all the time.
For sure, and that influence goes even across the pond. You think of Led Zeppelin.
Very strong blues community in Windsor for a long time.
Yeah. But even further, into England at the time, like the
the British blues scene.
Huge.
All of that, I was just watching the other night there. Once Were Brothers, the band. Have you seen that yet?
No.
okay, it was on either HBO or one of them the other night. It just came out anyways. Wanted to check, right? Check on it.
Yeah, we'll do.
It was really cool. You know, it's kind of Robbie's story, eh? Like the band were all Canadians but Levon, right? You know, so I mean, you know, like there's an interesting story. You know, a lot of the money side of it, royalties and all that. You know, like they were a tight band, but you know they had all that stuff going on. They were like 14 and 15-year-olds playing in the bars with Ronnie Hawkins in Toronto.
Yeah.
You know, and so I mean, and you had to be 21, and they were in the bars. That was in 62, 63. By the time they were 21, they were, you know, drinking and heroin when Big Pink come out, you know, like they led a, you know, hard life in those days, you know. But these guys today, I tell you, like I say, it's like any genre of music, right? You know, I mean, blues are the roots and the rest is the fruit, the way I look at it. I mean, you know, you can find something you like in every genre.
For sure. And music is so highly subjective that, you know, what's great to me may not be great to you, but we can agree that we probably both will find greatness in something.
Yeah. But you talked about the youth too, and I don't know how long you want to keep me here, but
as long as you want to be here.
We sponsored down in Memphis. We send a band down there every year. And they also have a youth category, and there's a young musician in Windsor, Grady Kaplan. I don't know if you're familiar with him. Well, his name's Grady Kaplan.
Okay.
He's probably about 18 now, but we sent his band, The Instinct, down there 2 years. They were only 14, 15-year-old. We sent them 2 years in a row. They won a Chicago Music Award. The other kids are from the Chicago area. He's from the Windsor area. And it was so cool. We were in Chicago one weekend in October. We went to go to Buddy Guy's, and they seen I was in town. One of the dads come and picked me up, took me to the garage, the big recording studio in Chicago. And I spent the whole afternoon with the kids because I was having them open up for Blackburn at my show. Blackburn's a big Canadian act. And so they were rehearsing for that show. So I spent the whole afternoon in the studio. It was amazing.
That's amazing.
But, these kids are so grateful. Like, you know, like the one kid ended up going to LA on what's it called there, American Idol.
Yeah.
He made it to LA. So, you know, but that's what, you know, we try to do as a blues study. We try, especially now that, you know, with the blues in the schools thing, you know. So that's my main goal right now, that hopefully we could at least, when things get rolling, do some charity stuff and get that blues in the schools thing going, you know, somehow get a program going where, you know, we get the youth involved. And my plan this year, what I was hoping for was to almost do a mentor thing where, you know, get 5 schools or something and have them put a band together. And I was working with Blues Fest Windsor, where they had time in between the 2 weekends, where I thought, you know, we could do a little competition for them, right?
Sure.
You know, and then have them, you know, open up on Blues Day or something, or even sponsor them down in Memphis, you know.
Yep.
You know, so that would be something, you know, that we'd be able to raise money for, right? Our charity thing. So those are the things we're trying to do with it too, you know.
Yeah, extremely active. I want to ask you personally a couple questions. You know, a lot of us right now find ourselves with a whole lot of time on our hands that we weren't really expecting. And how are you using that time? You know, do you have any hints for the rest of us in terms of, you know, not going stir crazy? Are you locking yourself in a room with a bunch of blues records, or is there something, you know, that you're
breathe?
Just relax and breathe.
It's not easy though. My wife is in the medical field too. Right? I mean, her office is closed, but she's still in there with the one doctor, but she manages a clinic too, and you know, so I mean, she's out there. But I have my trusted companion here, Henry, a big old chocolate lab, keeps me company. So we've been getting a little walking in with him. So that's it. But I mean, I'm a pretty active guy myself. Like I'm always out there. I'm out on the phone. I'm out, you know, talking to agents or whatever, and everything's just gone silent. That's, you know, the sad thing. But I do keep in touch with a lot of the musicians because, I mean, you know, they're the ones that, like, they're looking at a year, 2 years before, and I tell them, use the time,
Yeah.
and write, put stuff together, I'm sure, Isolation Blues, you can find something, right?
We'll probably see a few albums by that title, I'm
Oh,
sure.
yeah. Oh, yeah. And the cool thing is, just before, like the day before everything locked down, I got lucky enough. I went across the border with Kenny Kokstad. We went to the Magic Bag, and I saw this 21-year-old from Louisiana, Christone Kingfish. Like, this kid is amazing. You talk about young people. That's what I want to bring to Windsor too.
For sure.
And our shows, we don't make money, but I mean, we're not there to make money.
Well, I see you.
I want to hope that, David makes money, that thing to keep for him, right? You want everybody to be happy, right?
Yeah, well, I see you chatting to us from your luxury cabin aboard your golden yacht. So I know, like all of us, we're just, I don't know if you can tell my golden yacht back here from doing this. Yeah. The other couple questions I have for you, and we'll probably wrap it up with these if that's all right. Is what do you miss personally? What do you miss most about the way that life was a few short weeks ago? And in contrast to that, having had all this mandatory isolation time where it's just yourself and things have gone quiet, as you say, have you found anything that surprisingly has given you comfort or joy?
My family, for once. I mean, number one, my family, that gives you comfort and joy. We've been, I get out in the morning, I drive Miss Daisy to work, and we stop at her parents and drop off coffee for them. And I mean, just little things, you can do, But you just try and keep your sanity, and
for sure,
try not to go too crazy on that Facebook stuff. You got to try and decipher fact from reality. But
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I never engage with people on Facebook ever. Never do it. Yeah.
Before I leave, though, I do want to say a big happy birthday to Stacy, and
for sure,
tell her that once this is all over, we all got to get together and have a big bash, because we missed my 67th the beginning of April too, so we were supposed to have a drink together. So,
well, mine's coming up.
A very happy birthday, and again, everybody, do what you can to help out in the local community. There's a lot that are a lot less fortunate than us, and so.
For sure.
Do what you can to help anybody, and stay home and be healthy.
I heard that in the background. There you go.
Yeah,
I knew somebody was feeding you lines, Michael. I knew it. Yeah, my birthday is coming up in the first week of May, and we were planning a huge fundraiser for that time that obviously we've had to cancel out. So I'll make you a deal. You, me, and Stacy will get together and we'll have 3 drinks apiece. How about
for
that?
Sure,
all
for
right.
Sure. Yeah, and we'll throw David in for the mix too. So.
Oh yeah, well, he's got to be there, of course. Yeah.
All right.
Who's going to bring us drinks?
Yeah.
Michael, I want to thank you very much for being a part of this and lending your voice to the conversation.
Chris.
And
fun.
I hope that we can go out and catch a Canada South Blues Society show sooner than later. All right, man.
All right, thanks, Chris. Take care.
You guys be safe and take care.
And have fun.
All right, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Keep the music going.
I'm trying.
Yeah. I got to figure out how to turn this off now. That's why I'm still talking.
Oh, that's all right. I'll take care of it. We're good.
Okay,
thanks, Michael.
Exactly. All right.
Cheers.
Peace, brother.
Michael McCann from the Canada South Blues Society joined us via his golden yacht. Oh, super nice guy. Super good talk. I love it. The connection element is it's so strong. It's so strong. I love it. All righty. Well, maybe what we should do is we should play something by somebody else. We actually have a gentleman we're going to be talking to tonight. Actually, I believe he's up next around 8:15 or so, and he's got a group called Gypsy Chief Goliath, among other projects, and he's been nice enough to forward on some music from that. So we are going to pray to the gods of software, which are, a fickle bunch, and we're going to see whether or not this thing crashes out when I flip over to the media. So far today it hasn't, but I mean that doesn't mean anything. It's go time. If things are going to go wrong, they're going to go wrong now, right? That's what we've learned. Anyway, let's see if we can do this. If it does, we'll jump back on as quickly as possible. If it doesn't and everything's great, you're about to hear Highwayman by Gypsy Chief Goliath on the Facebook livecast.
Been
Well, there we had some music from Windsor, Ontario, Al Yeti Bones and Gypsy Chief Goliath with Highwayman. We're going to be talking to Mr. Yeti Bones very shortly, in about 15 minutes. Looking very much forward to it. And now we're going to play something that doesn't sound like that at all. This is the grab bag that is this this program. Let's do this one. I haven't done this one in quite some time. And we get to do a cool beat to it, so we're all about the cool beats. And yes, before you even ask, there will be the woodblock. Don't think sorry is easily said. Don't try turning tables instead. You've taken lots of chances before, but I ain't gonna give any more. Don't ask me, that's how it goes. 'Cause part of me knows what you're thinking. Don't say words you're gonna regret. Don't let the fire rush to your head. I've heard the accusation before. I ain't gonna take any more, believe me. The sun in your eyes makes some of the lies worth believing. I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind. I am the maker of rules, dealing with fools. I can cheat you blind. I don't need to see anymore to know that I can read your mind. I can read your mind. I can read your mind. Jacqueline can read your mind. Don't leave false illusion behind. I ain't changing my mind. So find another fool like before. 'Cause I ain't gonna live anymore, believing some of the lies. Well, all of the signs are deceiving. I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. It wouldn't be complete without the ding at the end, as Jocelyn has now coined it. The ding. It's the ding. Mr. Stephen Cox, hello there. Just got back from a necessary trip to Toronto and back today. Not much traffic. Good. I guess that means everybody's respecting their social distancing and you're enjoying the music. Well, I'm glad. That's wonderful. And we have some of your music that we'll be playing as well. So I'm looking forward to that. And we are coming up on the time of Mr. Al Yeti Bones very, very quickly. Let's do this one because we can loop the snot out of it. And anytime I get to play with a whole bunch of loops, it's even better. So let's try this one.
Long distance runner, what you standing there for? Get up, get out of the door. Playing cold music on the barroom floor. Drowning your laughter and dead to the core. So dragging with matches that's loose on the town. Takes a whole pail of water just to cool him down. Fire, fire on the mountain. 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 Almost ablaze, still you don't feel the heat. Takes all you got just to stay on the beat. Say it's a living we all gotta eat. But you're all alone, there's no one to compete. If mercy's a business, then I wish it for you. More than just ashes when your dreams come true. Fire, fire on the mountain. 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 give all you had, why you wanna give more? The more that you give, the more it will take. To the thin line beyond what you really can't fake. Fire, fire on the mountain. 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 Fire, fire on the mountain.
There you go, a little Grateful Dead by way of the looping machine. And I got to play a little bit of synth. I was very happy with the synth. Very, very happy indeed. Well, look at that. It brings us right to the 8:15 hour, which if you've been setting your live-to-live cast, synchronize your serial top box watches. I don't know where I was going with that. Secret Society, the whole, back in the 50s, you could order all these gadgets off of off of serial top boxes. I don't know where I'm going with this. Sometimes my brain just, makes connections that I should not be making on my own. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that we are now ready for our next guest, and that is Mr. Al Yeti Bones, who we heard in Gypsy Chief Goliath not so long ago. And let me just make sure that he's ready to go. We'll bring him up here as I switch hats from performer to production assistant to all kinds of groovy stuff. So thankless job. I got to talk to my union rep about all these different hats I'm wearing because I'm not sure that that I'm in the right job. Well, I don't see that Al is online, so I'm really hoping that that this will actually pick up and go forward because we did schedule it for today. So we'll see. We'll see, Mr. Al Yeti Bones, if you answer your call. Oh, unreachable. That's not a good sign. Let's try it one more time. Unreachable, it says. I wonder what that means besides that he's not reachable. Hey, Renee, how you doing? You're going to be a guest on here as well. Sick. That's such an apt description of what was happening. Okay, well, I don't know where Al is, but he no answer. He no answer the phone. Al, he no answer the phone. So maybe we will have to push that off a little bit. Maybe we'll have to push that off a little bit. makes for gripping viewing right now, right? While I'm waiting for somebody to answer the phone. All right. Well, we're gonna wait till these ringy dingies disappear, and then we're gonna move on to something else, and we'll see if we can get in touch with Al a little bit later. Actually, what I might do is I might play something else. Since Stephen Cox is here, let's play something that he had sent over. He had sent this over as something that we can play. Did I put it in here? I think I did. I did. Here we go. It's weird because the way that I have to do this is yeah. Anyway, thanks for bearing with me while I try to do all this stuff in real time and have 6 arms and 2 heads and be able to talk and do all this at the same time, which, as you can see, I'm having a struggle with. Hey, Steph, how you doing? Well, we're gonna pray again to the OBS gods and find out whether or not things are gonna crash when we flip over. I really hope that they don't, but if they do, we will fire it right back up, and I hope to see everybody back. If not, then we will be listening to something that Stephen sent us, and I'll get some more information out of the email that he sent because I'm wholly unprepared for this because I thought we'd be talking to Al right now. So let us go over here and pray. You know what? Let's just err on the side of caution, actually, and we will pull over somebody's picture just in case, because what I'm thinking happens sometimes is when I'm moving these files around and the program goes to look for it, it doesn't find them and then freaks out and says, "Oh my God, I don't know what to do. There's no picture here." All right, so let's see what happens. Here we go. Hopefully it'll flip over. Well, there you have it. That was not Stephen Cox. That was Kevin Harris. Even though the thing has been moved over to play the appropriate thing, I don't know. Sometimes this little software suite does anything it wants to. So, I don't know. Oh well, it is what it is. We're learning as we go. We may try that again and see if we can get it to flip over to to the right song. I don't know. Yikes almighty. All right. Well, in the meantime, let's see what else we can screw up while we're doing this. Let's play some more tunes. And if you have any suggestions out there, let me know. I'll be happy to try some more stuff. We've been trying a whole bunch of really freaky stuff lately, which is pretty amazing. All right. Let's do this one. This is it's a good one. I think we can do a beat to it. Let me see here. Let's try that first. Yeah, that'll be the second beat there. I know, Steven, we'll get there, man. It's weird because I have to be like host, musician, programmer, guest organizer, technological expert, all this kind of stuff at the same time. And sometimes when I'm trying to do all that stuff live, it just screws up, and I have no excuse for it except that I just make mistakes.
Quite contented, take my chances. Against the Guildensterns and Rosencrantzes. It's a matter of Cain and Abel, and I can feel your knee underneath the table. Does it dangle by the surfing? He only wants a pretty face by him. So how could you want her when you know you could have been? See the pigeons peck to pay their dues. Peck a little extra to sole their shoes. He's with the pigeons pecking crumbs, and I'm on my deathbed bleeding with cherubim. Doesn't dangle by the surfing. He only wants a pretty face Ferocious angels send me falling stars, but I know just how dangerous wishes are. Ferocious angels watch me come and go, but I'm not too smart to go barging off the rooftops though. Sit out September on a windowsill, 'cause you can't drink the wine of a $2 bill. St. Christopher lives on the end of a quill. Leave him a diamond in your last will. He doesn't dangle by the surfing. He only wants a pretty face by him. So how could you want her when you know you could have me? Doesn't dangle by the surfing. He only wants a pretty face by him. So how could you want her when you know you could have me? How could you want him when you know you could have me?
All right. Well, we heard back. Whoa, I get myself out of the well there. We heard back from Mr. Yeti Bones. So we are going to see if we can raise him on the line again, which works out great because I've been doing like the 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, and he was still in the thing where it was like 8:15. So we'll see. We'll see. We're going to give him a shot. See if we can bring him back over. But who knows? Technology, the way things go with technology, the way things go. There now I'm from the East Coast. How do you like that? The way things go with technology now is it's anybody's guess. It does show him as online. Oh, and there he is. Excellent. Okay, so I'm just going to get him to flip his camera horizontally so we get some nice widescreen if possible, or flip his phone horizontally. Uh-oh. Did we freeze? Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. Awesome. And I've got him on, but I don't have him live yet. I'm just going to go over here and make sure that we can get him into the program without the program taking a swan dive on us. And here we go. We are now on with Mr. Al Yeti Bones. Sir, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I apologize for the screw up earlier. I didn't realize that you had emailed me. I've been getting in this really nasty habit of before the show, I try and have a nap because my sleep schedule is all screwed up right now. And that usually results in me waking up in a frantic panic about 5 minutes before I'm supposed to go on. So I appreciate your patience. You'll be happy to know that we did play some Gypsy Chief Goliath earlier, though. Highwayman, the song that you sent over, was fantastic, sir. Thank you so much for providing that. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear that.
Excellent. Now, first question before we get into anything else: how is everything with you? Is everything okay? You guys are healthy and safe, and everything all good?
Yeah, I think so for the most part.
Good, good. You're kind of
Challenge lately has been to just stick by the routine under quarantine.
yeah. I think that's the thing that everyone's kind of finding is, we need to find that rhythm in this new normal, I guess. And I guess that's the great place to start is, a lot of people are trying to figure out how they're keeping their sanity and how they're keeping that kind of rhythm going. And what do you find that have you had to make major modifications to your daily routine, or how's it working out for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think hardest part right now is not, um, having not realized just how much time away from the kids we spent. So it's so now when the cards are kind of flipped and the kids are indoors and just always around us, it's all about them for now. And if we can kind of structure them in a way where they more or less understand that there's still going to be a routine. It's not summer vacation. It's not March break. It's, we've got to get down to business. Once that happens, I think starting to find, my own little pieces of the day where I can kind of, escape and do things that I need to still do are proving to be the challenge right
Yeah.
now.
For sure. What are you doing? What are you doing to keep them occupied? Apart from because now the school board's kind of jumped on board this and they've got the distance learning thing kind of set up. But do you have any tips for those of us, let's say, that are having challenges with our kids, kind of trying to keep them focused and into a routine instead of just being an extended March break?
I think what worked for us once we started realizing that this was going to be a bit more than just like the passing fad. We put the chart paper and we literally wrote down the side our names and the activities per day that we need to accomplish. And when you finish an activity, you check it off or you sign it, and be kind of accountable to what needs to be done. So we figure out like, okay, so if lunch is this and dinner is this, and we know that breakfast is at this time, how do we fill in the gaps and what we need to do? So my wife being a teacher, she's dealing with her own classroom right now, and things have just kind of started to roll. So I'm kind of using that time for creative while the kids are able to while she's doing that, the kids are able to sit at their desk and kind of do their thing, and she kind of gets their stuff from what their teachers are asking of them, and so they kind of all just do things together. And it seems to be working. But essentially, like just trying to keep the routine, not letting them get too crazy, I guess, for too long.
Sure.
So I guess the biggest tip would be the chart. The chart, like with the routines outlined, and then when you accomplish this, like you get your iPad before this time or whatever,
Yep.
before bed or whatever, after dinner kind of thing. Like you start like rewarding for the good behaviors, right?
Yeah. Carrot in front of the horse.
Like the first week or two was a free for all. So it was like kind of like bringing that back and saying, okay, like we're gonna have you guys like at least earn this,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Excellent. Now you mentioned that you're trying to squeeze in some creative time. Now, are you finding it that are you in a moment where when you get that time, is it coming quickly to you, or is it coming easily, or are you finding that your frustrations at having to deal with all of this are kind of giving you sort of a temporary writer's block, maybe?
Yeah. I would say it's much more of like a more of a volatility of a roller coaster right now. As things kind of develop, we're tuning out of creativity and kind of just tuning into like what's going on outside of the house. But I think right now there's been more creative than I can handle.
Sure.
Coming in, and it's that kind of thing where I firmly believe that if I don't act on it, it's going to pass through my body and into the neighbor.
Yes,
and he'll act on it.
Yeah, creativity by osmosis. Yeah, it's one of those things like, for those of us who, or for those of us who are listening right now that maybe not into the creative thing, or not in the musician thing, like that's one of the things where I'm lying awake at night at 2:30 in the morning, and I hear a melody go through my head, and I immediately have to jump up and go downstairs and write it down, or sing it into my phone or something, so that I don't lose it, and my neighbor doesn't get it, because maybe maybe that's the hit.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's I firmly believe that. Man. I firmly believe it. It's got to happen like that, and that's why certain ideas can pop into multiple people's heads, and it'd be a similar riff or whatever, but each person has its own swing, and each person has its own groove, and the one with, I hate to say it, but the one with like the swing that resonates with the most people is the one that gets there.
For sure.
Or is the one that like transcends. So. You have to act on those things when those moments arise. Like I get up from the dinner table and I run downstairs and I hit record on Pro Tools, because we're in that era right now, I guess you could call it, where artists should do that.
Yeah.
We're a strange bunch, and I mean,
well, I think
you're doing what you're doing right now.
Yeah,
do something, so
exactly. I'm doing this so I don't lose my mind, right?
That's it.
You raise an interesting point, and we've talked about it before on the program, that the wonderful thing about the accessibility of technology now is what gives us that ability to have a studio in the basement where we can run down and put our ideas down. But more to it, when you said that you go downstairs and you hit live on Pro Tools and you just start, letting the creativity flow, there's a really interesting comment that came from a friend of mine who said that, he had always assumed that the Beatles, they just walked into the studio, right? The door to the studio opened. They walked in and went, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then out came, this masterpiece, and then they went home. And then he watched this documentary where they went in and they basically, because the Beatles had free reign of however much studio time they wanted, however much tape they wanted, which was very, very expensive back then. But yeah, they would basically just hit record, and these guys would sit around and they'd chew the fat and they'd argue and they'd discuss and they'd riff and they'd move around each other. And he said it was a really fascinating glimpse into the behind the scenes way that all this stuff gets created. And it's not just a, hey, we're just four geniuses that walk through the door and snap our fingers and Love Me Do comes out or whatever. So
Right.
it's very much like that for a lot of us. We have to come down and just hit record and noodle around for a while, or work on something that we hear in our heads and then start to develop it. And I don't think a lot of people realize that, right? Yeah. It's interesting.
It's fascinating, man. It's really fascinating, and to see how other people do the process is also different too. It's so interesting to see. Like I'm jamming with a few guys prior to all of this. We had started a new thing just for fun, and it was out of like the proximity of all of us. We realized half the band or half these groups of guys were all living just down the street from each other, so it just made sense to jam once a week.
Sure.
And the ideas that we're all bringing to the table, but then it's like, trying to filter through everything, and it's not just, my process that I'm used to. Like I had to relearn what it was like being in a band again, because it was actually four guys in a room again, and we're just starting to throw out ideas and whatnot. So that was very different for me.
Yeah.
Whereas normally it's like the process is like this, and because my drummer who in Gypsy Chief that I've been playing with we've been playing together for about 15 years. So, and he lives in Toronto. So it's, we've got our own process, that's just patented to us, and, I'll write stuff, send it to him. He'll send me back ideas, and we'll just keep refining it until the moment we go into the studio. And then by the time we hear the last mix from the studio is the first time we're actually hearing the entire song all together.
Yeah.
And we're just so used to that, whereas other guys and new members that come in and whatnot are just like deer in headlights when that kind of process occurs. So
well, because it's very different. We were talking about this the other day with Walter Riggy. Is part of the thing that usually makes bands successful is that kind of getting together and playing together and knowing each other well enough that I trust that when I'm going to go off on an experiment, the drummer and the bass player are going to be able to follow me, because we have that kind of connection, right? It's the difference
Yeah.
between four guys playing a song and a band playing a song, because there's that kind of connection and chemistry that goes through. So it's interesting that you're able to have that chemistry and that connection with somebody remotely as well. That's
Yeah.
that's pretty cool. In terms of the the new jam that was just starting to get going before all this happened, is there a sense of some kind of danger that that riff or whatever will elude you now that you just started to get going with it, and now all of a sudden you find you have to be socially distant? And are you guys kind of keeping in contact somehow? Are you still like riffing ideas back and forth, or is it basically just kind of like back burner time until things can get back to normal?
Yeah. So prior to all of this, maybe a month before all this happened, we had recorded 4 songs. And that was just in the basement kind of thing, live off the floor. And I've been spending some time mixing it and whatnot. But, the idea was always those were going to just be ours, and we were going to go hit the studio in the next couple of weeks and actually physically record something proper, because we've recorded a few more after that, or like we've written a few more after that.
Mm-hmm.
So, the idea was to get 6, 7 in and release that. But, as the era and things are changing right now, I believe if we put too much stock into the old idea and still wait for that moment might not ever come. So, we have to kind of roll with the punches, as they say, and revisit the idea and try and transcribe a new one.
Yeah.
So we've got these 4 songs. Maybe we get somebody else to mix them right now and get somebody else's ears and gear on these tunes to take them to that next level that we were hoping,
Yeah, for sure.
We could do in a couple of weeks now. But yeah.
I want to ask you a couple of questions just on a personal level. What is it that you find yourself missing the most from the normal life we had a few weeks ago, and then conversely to that, having now had all this time where we have to stay in our houses and we have to stay kind of isolated, has there been anything that to your surprise has brought you comfort or joy out of that experience?
Yeah, I think the thing that I miss the most right now is just being able to kind of have these, I spend too much time late night now at home. I don't know. There's a lot of friends that I don't get to see. There's my dad, who's dealing with 4th stage cancer right now.
Oh geez.
Yeah, and there's a lot of drawbacks to all of this. I get in my kids, like I never realized just how social children need to be. It's like they were running at 100 miles an hour with all their friends, like on Friday, and then by Monday it's dead stop, right? So
yeah.
Kind of seeing it from their perspective radiates it, in my eyes a bit stronger, I guess, like with my own stuff that's going on too. It's like I realized that maybe I wasn't running at 100 miles an hour like they were, but I do miss playing live. I do miss the social gathering, like that interaction with a lot of people, being able to like have
for sure
walk through a crowd.
Yeah.
Walking through a crowd is what I miss the most right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think that
everything that I've noticed that I've learned from with all this isolation is just to really be able to like be present in the moment.
Yeah.
I know, like for a little while, I think all of us were maybe dragging our feet for a bit, just kind of trying to figure out what's what, and having all these other people that kind of rely on you in the same house, kind of kick your responsibilities up to a level where it doesn't matter what's going on outside of your place and what's going on outside in the world. Like you have to wake up and just snap out of it and not allow all of that interference in the house.
For sure.
Like you've got to really just be present here. So it's like I wake up on the wrong side of the bed because I didn't get much sleep because I'm mixing all night long. Normally I wake up at 5 a.m. I'm waking up at like maybe 6 or 7 now, maybe 8 o'clock some days, and it's just very,
Yep.
like that. And and each day is its own thing. So it's like I just don't know how we're able to deal with like this like whole routine while the world is kind of at a standstill. Yeah, we're hearing all this great news, and you know, we're also hearing all of this like fear stuff going on in the media. But then at the end of the day, it's like, you know, how we choose to live now is most important. It's almost not even, like I'm not hearing much, about like the future. Like nobody really knows. So
Yeah, well, because
it's really now.
yeah, I think that's what it is, right? Is nobody really knows, and yeah, the unfortunately the factual reporting, when you talk about statistics and numbers and things like that, yeah, it's depressing because it's
Yeah.
depressing, and the danger is if you start to overemphasize the positivity, that sort of the cavalier attitude comes back, and people are more
Right.
apt to do things maybe that they shouldn't be doing.
You're
So
right.
it's a really difficult jumble, and I think we have to allow ourselves, that roller coaster. We have to allow ourselves that rhythm. We have to say that today I'm getting up at 5, today I'm getting up at 8, and I'm just going to roll with it. And today is what today is. Like you said,
Yeah.
be present and be in the moment, and that's okay, right? Like
Yeah.
it's something that we have to basically accept, that during this time you're doing it the old AA way. It's one day at a time, and
Yeah.
I think that's
Totally.
that's beneficial. I want to leave you with these two questions that I kind of have been trying to ask everybody. We've heard. As you mentioned, we've heard the rules and regulations that have come down and what we're supposed to be doing, and that thing. But on a social barometer, just from what people's own personal opinions are, what do you think that we should be doing and should not be doing during this time? And are there things that people could be doing better to kind of help get everybody through it?
I mean, I think like backyard activities and stuff for the kids and whatnot, at least every day, should be a thing. Um, I try to, every few days a week, like I'm trying to go for like an extended walk, but like, I'm wrapping myself up, like, keeping myself as distant as possible. Um, and it's early in the morning, but in terms of like, I'm with the populace. Like I think we should just be riding this thing out.
Yeah, yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. Al, I want to thank you very much for being a part of
Thank
this
you so much.
and lending your voice to this. And again, I apologize for the screw up. I should have checked my email
No, it's no
before I
screw
got
up. No
going,
screw up.
but
No.
it's. I think the important and cool thing here is that we're able to kind of keep this connection, right? And we can kind of look at each other and
Love it.
read each other's laughter and the expressions on the faces, and it's just a cool way of realizing that even though we're isolated, we can still make that connection. So,
It's
um,
killer.
yeah, man, I thank you so much, and I look forward to some more new music, man.
Take her easy.
All right, and all the best to you and your family. Stay safe.
Likewise.
All right, cheers, man.
Bye.
Well, there you go. We were actually able to connect with Mr. Al Yeti Bones after hearing some wonderful music from Gypsy Chief Goliath. I'm so tempted to try and play this this song again from Stephen Cox because he was nice enough to send it to me, and I would love to actually have it play. But I just don't know if it's going to. So I just want to pull it over here and see. I'm just going to try previewing it. Yeah, see, there it is. It says it's there. So I'm going to flip back to the media page here, and we're gonna hope that it doesn't crash, and we'll see if we can try and do some technical wizardry behind the scenes here. So bear with me. I'm one guy. And before we do that, I want to say, hey, Al Kenny and Michelle Morrow, thanks for joining us. I appreciate having you here. Okay, hang on. Let's see if this works. You may hear a few seconds of Kevin Harris again if it decides to pick that up. So let's see what happens. I mean, that's not a bad thing, in my opinion.
was walking downtown on a Friday night, looking for a reason to feel alright. And then I heard my reason from an open door. It was a backbeat sliding out across the floor. It went up the stairs and into the street, filling the night with a sound so sweet. This music was coming from a hell of a band, lost in the rhythm of the promised land. Thunder and lightning in a minor key, so locked in that it comes out free. They were saying it loud, they were saying it right, laying it down on a Friday night, laying it down on a Friday night, syncopated, doing it right, laying it down on a Friday night, melodies moving, bodies tight, saying it loud till around midnight, laying it down on a Friday night. And it goes like this. This music was coming from a hell of a band, lost in the rhythm of the promised land. Thunder and lightning in a minor key, so locked in that it comes out free. They were saying it loud, they were saying it right, laying it down on a Friday night, laying it down on a Friday night, syncopated, doing it right, laying it down on a Friday night, melodies moving, bodies tight, saying it loud till around midnight, laying it down on a Friday night. Saying it loud till around midnight. Last call. Laying it down on a Friday night. Gotta go. See you next time.
Well, we eventually got it in there. And then I realized I hadn't changed the title. And then I realized I totally forgot the name of everything. So, Stephen, if you were there and you were listening, and if you wouldn't mind popping in some info into the comments there to correct my gross inaccuracy, that would be awesome. It's one of those days. It's totally one of those days. My goodness. All right. Well, we had a request for a trifecta of Learning to Fly. Now, I will say this, that I don't know the Learning to Fly by the Foo Fighters, unfortunately. But I do know the other two, so we can at least do the what is the two thing for trifecta? The difecta? Not sure. All right. Well, anyway, let's start with some Pink Floyd then. So we can get some definitely some cool beats for that. Well, we can if we actually time it right. Let's try that again. You'll understand why I want to do this that long, the beat that long, because there's another part that I want to put in there, and it has to match up exactly. So let's try it again. That's a terrible loop, but we're going to go with it. So I don't want to rebuild it like a third time. So let's try this here. All that just for that part. But we need it because it's like... Stretched in the distance, ribbon of black, stretched to the point of no turning back. A flight of fancy, windswept field, standing alone, my senses reel. Fatal attraction is holding me fast out. Can I escape this irresistible grasp? Can't keep my eyes from the circling skies. Tongue-tied and twisted, just an earthbound misfit eye. Ice is forming, tips of my wings, unheeded warnings. I thought of everything. No navigator to find my way home. Unladen, empty, turn to stone. A soul intention is learning to fly. Condition grounded, but determined to try. Can't keep my eyes from the circling skies. Tongue-tied and twisted, just an earthbound misfit eye.
winging a prayer. My grubby halo, a vapor trail in the empty air. Across the clouds I see my shadow fly out of the corner of my watering eye. Dream unthreatened by the morning light could blow this soul right through the roof of the night. There's no sensation to compare with this suspended animation, state of bliss. Can't keep my eyes from the circling sky, tongue-tied and twisted, just an earthbound misfit eye.
Well, there you go. Sort of a half-butt attempt at, I can just say it, we're on the internet, half-ass attempt at Learning to Fly by Pink Floyd. A song that I miss playing greatly with my us and them compatriots, or even my J-sharp compatriots, or anybody at all for that matter. Remember that time back when musicians could get together and play stuff together? That was a good time. Stephen Cox says, you asked, laying it down is a tribute to all the working musicians doing what you're doing, keeping music alive. This music was coming from a hell of a band lost in the rhythm of the Holy Land, if I may quote. And you may, and you certainly did. And I apologize that I didn't have that in there as I was freaking out and trying to figure out what was happening. Jeez. Man, I don't know. All right. Well, let's do the second one in the duality of learning to fly here. That's what we're going to call it, the duality, I guess, the dualism of learning to fly. And this one we can loop the poop out of too. So maybe we'll try that too. We'll see, because then I can play piano, bass, guitar, drums, and sing at the same time with the guitar. So let's see. Now let's see if that pattern is long enough. I think we're probably good. Let's try it.
Well, I started out down a dirty road. I started out all alone. The sun went down as I crossed the hill. The town lit up and the world got still. I'm learning to fly, but I ain't got wings. Coming down is the hardest thing. The good old days may not return, and the rocks might melt, the sea may burn. Some say life beat you down, break your heart, and steal your crown. So started out, God knows where. I guess I'll know when I get there. I'm learning to fly, I ain't got wings. Coming down is the hardest thing. I'm learning to fly around the clouds. What goes up must come down. I'm learning to fly, but I ain't got wings. Coming down is the hardest thing. I'm learning to fly on the clouds. What goes up, learning to fly, must come down. Learning to fly, learning to fly, learning to fly, learning to fly.
There we go. Guitar's out of tune. Let's fix that. Oh, it's so much better. One of these days, I'm going to get that riff. It's going to be a day of wonder. A day of wonder. Rob Shepley, you now officially learned how to fly. Excellent, fantastic. We look forward to your upcoming pilot's license. Tammy Reeve, Eric Hutchinson. That's like 4 question marks after that, and I'm gonna have to give you 4 exclamation marks on a no. Not yet. I haven't had time yet. I haven't had time to sit down and learn new music. Let me give you a rundown of what my days look like right now. So, I do this show from 7 until midnight, and then I go inside and I'm like exhausted, but I'm kind of keyed up still from having to be on. So then I watch maybe about an hour's worth of television to kind of dull my brain into submission. Then I go to sleep. Then I'm jolted awake by my brain at about 8 o'clock in the morning, and I come downstairs and I verify with all the guests that are going to be on that they're still good to go. And then I make up all the title cards like you see playing here right now for Mr. Michael McCann. I make up all those by hand every day and then put them into the folder. Remove the folder from before, put the new folder in. Then I go out and I ask for other guests so I can keep filling up the weeks in front of me, and I wait for them to get back to me. And then I chat with AJ about the project that we're working on. I chat with David Michael about the projects that we're working on. And then around 12 or 1 o'clock, I get absolutely hammered tired. And if I have to go out and do, like today, grocery shopping, then I go out and do grocery shopping. And then I come back home, and then I frantically try and stay awake, but end up losing that battle and fall asleep, and then wake up frantically 10 minutes before showtime and come out here and do the show. Those are my days right now. So as Steve Martin famously said when he was allocating the budget for his comedy shows, fake arrows for the head were $20,000. Props, the banjo was, $2,000, and arrows through the head were 50%. The banjo was 20%. Development of new material 0.0000001%. So that's where I'm at right now. But I promise I will get to it. It's a slow process for me right now. It's slow. It's real slow. Anyway, we are going to play some more music before we get to our next guest. Oh, I get it, but I'm still going to bug you every day. Well, as long as you don't mind being disappointed until that one. But think about how magical it's going to be that one day. You're just going to be so used to me saying no, and then I'm going to be like, oh, yeah, I'm going to do it in like 5 minutes. And you're going to literally have a cardiac episode. Right there. And that, that's not my aim. To make you have a cardiac episode. I'm just saying. Let's try this one. This is for Whitney if she's listening. And it's fun because I want to try to get those one loop part with it, and we'll see if we can do it. I know for sure it's got the beat for it. So let's do that. So that's good. But now we want to have this. That's what we want. And then right away we screwed up. Let's try it again. That's good, except it would be better if it was in the right key. So let's try in the right key. Here we go. That's better. Now let's try it together.
Nibbling on sponge cake, watching the sun bathe. All those tourists covered with oil, strumming my sixth string on my front porch swing. Smell those shrimp, they're beginning to boil. We stayed away again in Margaritaville, searching for my lost shaker song. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's all my fault. Don't know the reason I stayed here all season. Nothing to show but this brand new tattoo. But it's a real beauty, a Mexican cutie. How it got here, I haven't a clue. We stayed away again in Margaritaville, searching for my lost shaker song. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame. Now I think, well, it may be my fault. Blew out my flip-flop, stepped on a pop-top. I cut my heel, let it cruise on back home. There's booze in the blender, soon it will render a frozen concoction that helps me hang on. searching for my lost shaker's song. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's my own damn fault. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame, and I know it's my own damn fault.
Oh dear. Tonight is just all over the map. Hey, Penny Dickens, Seraphin. Well, thank you. Well, hopefully you're listening to the singing right now, but I appreciate that. I'm assuming you mean you miss me singing in real life. I miss it too. I mean, real life. This is still real life, but you know, it's virtualized. I get it. And hopefully we will be back at it soon. Well, we are 5 minutes away from our next guest, whom many people in this area will recognize, even though he is not from this area. Actually, we may have run a little bit overtime. Oh, geez. I hope he's still okay with this. Let's see if we can get him on the line. See, we've been trying to do this thing where we've been, moving things to the half-hour mark, and I totally forgot that he was going to be 9:15. I'm dropping the ball left and right tonight. I don't know why. Just in a really weird headspace. Full disclosure, I'm also not feeling well. And the not feeling well, to answer Jocelyn's question from earlier, the not feeling well is getting a little bit on the more not feeling well side. I'm sure you can hear it in my voice is a little bit weird. Anyway, so it is what it is. Well, let's see if Mr. Ian is going to answer now that I'm like 10 minutes overtime. At least now we will know going forward that all of this will be done on the half-hour interval. We're coming from the time when I was trying to get like 8 people per night because I wasn't sure how long these conversations were going to take, and some of them are going overtime, and some of them are not. It just ended up that 8 people was way too many, and so when I started booking some of these guests in. I was still going on these like 15-minute intervals, and I got too used to the last couple of days where we were doing it on the half-hour interval, and yeah. So let's see. Hopefully Ian's still there and he's able to answer. I am trying to ring through to him. So we'll see. We'll try it one more time. We'll try it one more time and see where we go. I can hear it ringing. So as long as he's able to make that connection, then we should be good. It should just be a matter of just saying, yeah, accept the call. Jacob, have you been banished to the studio for isolation yet? It's funny, but not funny because I actually made that suggestion today. I made that suggestion that if I start to get a fever and if I start to get progressively worse, then I will self-isolate out here in the studio. I'll set up a cot somewhere, and the only awkward thing will be bathroom breaks. I'll have to figure out something where I can go inside to relieve myself, as they say in the professional and courtesy business. But no, that's been a very real discussion, whether or not I can self-isolate out here. It's it's a little weird. I don't know why I can't get through to Ian. I see that like I'm trying to call him and then he tries to call me and then I try and he's saying he's trying to answer. So let's see. It has stopped saying trying to reach him and is now saying end call. Oh, there we go. We actually have a picture. We have, okay, perfect. So I'm going to change him over from the crotch cam because, you know, out of professional courtesy. And before the call dumps, we're going to flip over here. So we're talking right now. Oop, I need to make one small adjustment here. You know, what I blame it on is I blame it on Peterborough. I think it's the technology in Peterborough that's giving us the issue. But here we go. We are talking with Ian Kurz.
You hear me?
I can hear you, sir. How are you doing, brother?
I've got all kinds of delay happening on your voice here.
Yeah, I know. I think there's a real spotty connection for some reason. You're kind of doing this little strobe movement like from a Peter Weller video in the 80s. It's fantastic.
It's probably everybody being on the internet with nothing else to do.
Yeah, what I said is I blame it on Peterborough. I blame it on Peterborough's technology. Welcome. So for those of you who don't recognize my guest, barefaced, I should say that Ian Kurz is 1/4 of the extremely popular across Canada and probably across North America Kiss Tribute Act Destroyer, where he dons boots that make him my size. And some expertly crafted face paint. But more importantly, he has launched a solo career as Ian K. And that's also doing incredibly well. And I was very fortunate to be able to hear some of his stuff. And we're going to be fortunate because he's given us some stuff to play that hopefully, barring the technology problems we had earlier today, we will actually be able to hear it. So, Ian,
Awesome.
First question, everybody there okay? You guys are doing okay? Everybody's healthy and good?
You know what? We're doing the right and responsible thing here at my place. We're staying inside as much as we can do. I'm still working, so I have to go to work maybe half the time. I'm working from home half the time. I'm working from the office the other half of the time. And other than that, we're washing our hands. We're staying away from each other, and but we're doing good. Everybody's healthy.
Okay.
How about you?
Good. Oh, well, thank you for asking. Everybody here is doing very well. As you may or may not know, I think we've chatted about this before, but my eldest daughter is immunocompromised and has cystic fibrosis. So for us, any disease is a scare, but especially one that has a fibrosis of the lungs as one of its effects is immediate lockdown mode. So she has been isolated.
So you guys are right then.
Yeah, she's been isolated in her room from the get-go. Unfortunately for her, and the very instant that I was able to not be at work because I'm a front-facing employee to the public, that was the decision that was made. So, speaking of your work, can you tell us a little bit about how this has affected you professionally? Like, what does your work day look like to you now?
Well, my work day is I work at a nuclear plant in Darlington, and I'm a union rep actually. And to be honest with you, my company is Ontario Power Generation, and they've taken steps to get as many people home as they can get. So my work is largely fairly quiet. Like I'm not answering phones like I normally do or what have you. So I can actually work from home somewhat. I can hear my voice as I repeat there, so it's kind of screwing me up. But I go in. There's certain things I just can't do from home. Like I got to be able to get at some of the files on my computer and stuff like that. I can't do that from home, but I just do what I have to do.
Yeah,
it's quiet there, so it's safe enough. And we have teams of people dedicated to keeping the place clean too, right? They're disinfecting everything, railings, doorknobs, all that stuff, right? So.
Yeah, excellent. And it's nice to hear that, companies at this time are being proactive like that in terms of allowing people to work remotely. That was a large function of my job in technology was right before I left was getting as many people set up to work remotely as possible. And I commend any organization that allows their employees to do that. I think that's socially responsible and rather progressively thinking, I think.
I agree.
Let's talk about music though for a moment because that's your thing, and in terms of your E&K stuff and in terms of the Destroyer stuff, often those shows are booked out months in advance. And what's the farthest away right now that you are still a go? Like what's March
20th of next year.
I'm sorry, did you say March 20th of next year? So everything up until March 20th of next year is Gonzo.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood your question. I thought you meant how far out are we booked. As
Oh,
far
no,
as
no,
I
no.
know, everything that we've got the rest of this year so far is gone. So what
Is
we did have, say this weekend coming up, we're supposed to be in Regina at the casino out there, and that's got rebooked till March 20th of next year. That's the furthest one out
wow.
for next year. Yeah,
So
and our
how
first gig for next year, as far as I know.
yeah, so how much of a frustration is that, not only, from the fact that you don't get out with your friends and jam, but I mean financially that's got to put you in a bit of a jam too, right? Because, that's, you guys are you guys are a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I mean, we get around, we do a lot of good shows and stuff like that. Do I miss, making a little bit of extra money? I'm not spending it in gas either. You know what I mean? And so it's kind of
True.
a little bit of a wash for me. But one thing I do miss is playing. One thing I can say, Destroyer in particular, when we get up on stage, we're doing sound check and stuff like that. Just it's chemistry, and you know what that's like as a musician, right? We get into Love Gun. We always check with Love Gun, and I Stole Your Love. And once those harmonies start to come together, and I'm like, I just love this. So,
Yeah, there is definitely something to be said for.
it is, man. It's the reason I do it, right? So,
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
yeah,
Uh,
absolutely.
what does this look like for Ian K then? Especially it's got to be difficult. Not to downplay the tribute market, but it seems like the tribute market's it's easier probably to get gigs and probably to get big shows. But
Oh, my long shot, yeah,
yeah,
long shot.
but as you know, as an independent musician, it must be difficult. So how does this kind of affect what you're trying to do with your original stuff?
It's brought it all to a grinding halt, actually. So I've been working on stuff for this summer. Like in the recent year and a bit. We've done some shows with some of the bigger acts like Buck Cherry and Sebastian Bach and stuff like that. We were supposed to be playing with Harem Scarum next month. Just some festival stuff that we've been working on for the summertime as well. I think probably all just going to fall through. So
Yeah.
in the meantime, I'm concentrating on online marketing. So
Yeah. Now, are you taking advantage of this time that you have to be in somewhat of an isolation to write some new material? And do you find that the well of creativity you're drawing from now is being colored by maybe a bit of doom and gloom by the scenario that we're in?
I wish it would actually happen like that. It doesn't happen like that for me. I seem to pull from the same creative pool all the time. Now I've taken a bit of a break from writing over the last year, so just in the last little while, because of this, actually, I've been able to do quite a bit of writing, mixing, a lot of stuff that I've already recorded, recording, of stuff that I've written or have ideas for. I'm just making the best of my time as much as I can. I bought a lot of stuff for my studio, so I'm trying to figure out how to best use that gear and get better mixes and more more commercially viable. Right?
Sure.
Yeah.
And now the great thing is you got all the time in the world. You got all the time you never wanted to figure this stuff out. It's fantastic.
Actually, it's isn't it, eh?
What's that? Sorry.
It's weird. Like I've spent 30 years going to work. You know what I mean? And now I'm not going to work all the time, right? So
yeah,
and I hope to be hired in the next couple actually, so I can actually get at music more full time. But I guess I'm getting a taste of it.
Yeah, and it's important. We talked about this a few times with different people, and I was actually fortunate enough to speak to somebody who practices with she's a psychologist, and she practices positive psychology. And she was saying,
Yep.
that kind of a thing, we need to allow ourselves that kind of a rhythm, and we talked about this with my last guest, is that we need to understand that, we're not going to be able to fill every moment of every day, and that's okay. We need to find out, what works. When this whole thing started, I spent 3 or 4 days on the couch in a fog trying to figure out how I was going to do stuff. And
you become overwhelmed.
Yeah, but
you become unmotivated.
Yeah, that's the danger for sure. But I think for me, mentally, I just needed that time to recharge and repair and prepare a plan.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
I want to ask you this because we've been asking everybody. And I want to ask you, Peterborough is definitely a larger metropolitan area than we are in Windsor here. And you're definitely closer to, Toronto, which, as we all know, is the hub of the universe.
Yeah.
The what's the social mood like up there? Are you finding that people are generally complying with kind of the regulations that have come out? Or are you starting to see that people are getting uneasy and unrestful?
I would say, just from an observational standpoint, I see people lined up. They appear to be patient. They appear to be socially distancing and all that stuff. And I think that most people are doing things right. I thought I heard a guy have a little bit of a fit in a line at the liquor store, actually, a couple of days ago. Um, we've had a couple of things go on in Peterborough. We had, a murder. You hear a couple, maybe last week or something like that. I've heard that domestic violence is up and this kind of thing as well, like 25%. Um, so, but I can't verify that.
Yeah.
I go out, like I make time for myself. I'll go out for a walk, and that kind of thing every day. And, I don't really go into the liquor store myself or anything like that, but I definitely see the people lined up there. And, I've got a mall near my place. And as I walk around that block, I can see the people lined up there. They seem to be doing things right. And when you do go into grocery stores or anything like that, they've got bottles of alcohol. They got people there to wash the carts down. They like that stuff. I think they're doing stuff right here.
Yeah, I agree, and that situation looks very much the same here.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to note that there was originally this big discussion about how the liquor store was going to remain open, and everybody was kind of freaking out about why is this an essential service, and people just want to go get loaded and all that kind of stuff, and
the taxes. That's why.
Well, it's the taxes for sure, but it's also because the very real danger is for those of people who struggle with alcohol addiction. If you immediately cut that off, there's a serious medical risk. And
I suppose that's probably true. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're going to kind of flood emergency rooms with people going through detox, which we kind of want to avoid. But I think
climate for sure.
Yeah. I was going somewhere with that, and now I just lost the point. Dang it! That's no, it's not you. It's not you. This is the kind of night I've been having, Ian. It's just been this. It's been one for the books, man. I'll figure out where I was going with that and come back to it. The other question I wanted to ask you is, what do you miss the most? I mean, obviously, I think we know it's probably performing, but performance aside, what do you miss the most about the life that used to be normal a few short weeks ago? And then on the flip side of that, having been forced into this isolation mode, is there anything that, to your surprise, has been comforting or joyful in having to be isolated?
Well, the thing I miss the most is obviously playing. I mean, that's just something that, only musicians really understand that, right? But I definitely miss it, and I miss it with Ian K, and I miss it with Destroyer. I play in a couple of other bands and whatever too, and I miss being able to do all that stuff. As far as finding comfort in anything, I don't know if I have or not. Like I watch the numbers in Ontario every day and stuff like this, hoping to see this. They're talking about flattening the curve and whatnot, and I'm hoping to start to see the numbers go down. I'm not seeing that yet. Like today was 514 new cases or something,
Yeah.
and so to be honest, I'm not finding really any comfort in that.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's challenging too here. We just found out yesterday that Windsor has the largest amount of people on respirators.
On like a per capita basis kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's scary for somebody that's a city that's our size. So it's really easy to get lost in that doom and gloom for sure.
Yeah.
The other question I have for you, which is something I've been asking everybody, is we have heard the edicts and the regulations and the rules that have come down, and for the most part, people seem to have an opinion one way or another. And just as a social barometer, just an opinion, not that you're making a dictation or anything like that. But what is it that you think people should and shouldn't be doing? And then is there something that people could be doing better than they're doing it right
now? Well, I think that people should be listening and wash your hands. This is the simplest thing that you can do to help combat this. Wash your hands, stay 6 feet away from people. Those two things by themselves is what everybody from the sort of professional levels are saying is what's really going to help beat this. People need to do it, and plain and simple.
Yeah.
But
sure.
On the other hand, I think most people are.
Yeah, I agree. I see the same thing. I see that people are generally being socially responsible. Certainly, when I've had to go out, like you said, to the grocery stores, people seem to be practicing it. The roads seem to be slightly less busy than they used to be. So, I think we're doing well. I think
what I'm finding about it actually is that I was just talking about this at work today, as a matter of fact. But like I'm just washing my hands a couple extra times a day, basically, just to be able to make sure that I do. And I'm noticing that this is the time of year, you've probably been through it yourself, where you get colds and flus and stuff like that. You get these seasonal changes and whatnot. I'm not getting anything like that happening at all now.
Really?
Great.
Well, I wish I could say the same thing, but a few days ago I started feeling poorly, and I was putting it down to my sleep schedule being all out of whack, and I wasn't really eating properly, and I've been I've been doing this show at least 5 hours every day, and then before that I was going for breaking a personal record of playing continuously without a break, and we hit 8.5 hours, and so it was pretty ridiculous and probably dumb of me.
I was checking you out before this, by the way. You sounded great.
Oh, thank you very much. That's awesome. That's awesome. It's all the looper. That's it's not me. It's all the looper. But anyway, yeah. So now I'm finding that I've got something going on, and it seems to be getting progressively worse. So I'm knocking wood and hoping that that's going to correct itself.
Wash your hands, brother.
Yeah, that's it. I have washed my hands so often that. What's that? Sorry.
In water. That's one of the other things that I've heard is supposed to be good for this kind of stuff as well. Right? So,
sorry.
As a singer,
say it one more time because I missed the beginning of that.
Lemon water.
Oh, hot lemon water. Yes. Well, I've been drinking tea with lemon and honey in it to try to get that going. And believe it or not, I've been breathing salt.
How do you do that?
Right? So there's an infuser that you can buy where you put in salt, and when you breathe through it, it actually takes some of the salt in, and so we use it for my daughter. The idea being that it helps with mucus reduction, and it also helps with combating bacteria that are kind of living around in there.
Yeah, I believe.
If you're not a salt fan, like I'm not a salt fan, it's disgusting. I'll tell you that right now. But
as a singer, it's great for your throat.
100%. Yeah. And I'm starting to do saltwater gargles and all this other kind of stuff. And I'm telling you, though, I have washed my hands that there is dirt that has been on there since I was a kid that is now gone. I'm sure I'm through the first 5 layers of skin.
You and me both.
I want to thank you so much for being a part of this and lending your voice to this conversation. And,
thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is what it's all about. It's about maintaining the connections. Seeing you smile all the way from Peterborough is uplifting, right? It's great. And we're gonna do our darndest right now to get your tune playing right after we talk to you.
Cool, man.
Providing that things don't go south, which tonight they've been going as far south as we can get. We're in Antarctic territory at this point. So
busy times.
Indeed, and we're kind of learning as we do it. But anyway, I want to thank you again. Yes, thank you so much. And do me a favor in the comments for the video, please type in where people can go and check out your stuff.
Okay, we'll do.
Yeah, I would appreciate that because people need to check it out because you're a heck of a talent. And
Thanks,
it's my privilege to be able to call you a friend, and I look forward to the next time we can chat.
Yeah, me too, man. I hope you guys stay safe down there, and I'm looking forward to seeing you soon, I hope.
Yeah, actually, what I've been saying to all my musician friends is I really hope that we get so busy that we can't see each other again.
Or that. Maybe we'll do something together.
Fantastic. Do you want to set this up a little bit at all, or?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, this is a song off of my Never Let Me Go album, and I did a video for this one down in Port Dover, actually back in around 2016, I think I did it, so I look a little different in the video than I do now. It's called You Make Everything. It's kind of a crowd favorite when we play it live, and I hope you guys like it too.
Awesome. Well, we're gonna hope that we do this and the software doesn't crash, and we'll go from there. Ian, thank you so much, and we'll talk soon.
See you, Chris. Thanks so much, man.
Cheers. All right. Well, that was Ian K coming to us from Peterborough. Glad we finally got connected. That was fantastic. I'm going to end the call on him, so I hope he doesn't think I'm rude when I just disconnect. Oh, never mind. He's done it for me. Fantastic. So we are going to take a moment here, and we are going to try. We're going to try to get Mr. Ian K's video over here, and hope that it doesn't do what it did with the other one, and then just play the wrong item. But let's see. I'm just making a copy of it right now. Again, this is the thing that the production assistant would be doing and setting all this stuff up beforehand, but we'll see what happens. Let's see if we can get it working, and If not, oh, look, he's put in his link, so you might be able to check it out down there. But let's see if we can get it working here, because I'd really love for you guys to hear it. Well, look at that. It worked the first time. Amazing. The only thing we had was, a little bit of video blowout there because I was trying to make at one point the window larger so that in case there was a smaller type of video. That's weird. There's like no setting in the software to auto snap the video to the window, which I think would be kind of helpful. So developers, if you're watching this, auto snap content to fit frame size would be awesome. Oh, dear. Okay, well, we had a request in here from Mr. Rob Shepley about Shine On You Crazy Diamond, as many parts as are as feasible. Now, I've done this at least once, I think probably twice, but we'll do it again. And I've done what we're now calling the loungy version, right? The Murph and the Magic Tones version. So I think I'd like to try to maybe do it a little differently. Let me think about that for a second. When I say that, sense that maybe we can do a beat to it, and nothing complicated, just a little bit of wood block in there. All right, let's see here.
Remember when you were young, you shone like the sun. Shine on, you crazy diamond. Now there's a look in your eyes like black holes in the sky. Shine on, you crazy diamond. You were caught in the crossfire, childhood and stardom, blown on the steel breeze. Come on, you target, faraway laughter. Come on, you stranger, you legend, you martyr, and shine. too soon. Crying for the moon. Shine on you, crazy diamond. Threatened by shadows at night and exposed in the light. Shine on you, crazy diamond. Wore out your welcome with random precision. Rode on the steel breeze. Come on, you raver, you seer of visions. Come on, you painter, you piper, you prisoner, and shine. Nobody knows where you are or how near or how far. Shine on, you crazy diamond. Pile on many more layers, I'll be joining you there. Shine on, you crazy diamond. We'll bask in the shadow of yesterday's triumph. Sail on the steel breeze. Boy child, winner and loser. Come on, you miner for truth and delusion, and shine.
There you go. Fat Boy Drums, you are welcome for reminding you it's Thursday. I think we're all totally forgetting what day it is. Thank you. And for somebody with drums in their title, thank you for bearing with my ridiculous looped drums. Although we are constructing them on the fly, clearly they don't always work well. So that's awesome. Jocelyn, let's do Simple Man. Why not? I don't often do that song. It's not one of my favorites. So I don't do it as often as I probably should because people really like it. And Rob, I hope that was adequate for my solo rendition of "Shine On You Crazy Diamond." Again, it's a weird one to try to do by yourself. Especially, I only have one keyboard hooked up right now, so getting all the multiple parts in is kind of weird. And I'm sure there's probably a way that I could have looped it differently, maybe stretched it out and got some other parts in there. But I know when Gilmore does it now, he does this really cool thing. He has a sustain pedal for his guitar, which is kind of like a looper in the sense that like he can play that this initial chord on the guitar and just have it sustain and keep going, so he can do some other stuff, and then he changes to this, and it sustains and keeps going, and then he goes back to the and sustains and keeps going. So I could probably figure out a way to do that if I had the other keyboard hooked up, but I don't. So long story short, I don't know why I'm telling you this story. Oh, my friends, it has been such a weird night of technology. Anyway, let's see if we can do this for Jocelyn. Our friend the woodblock. It's not a song until we get the woodblock in there. Oh no. Fat Boy Drums. Oh God, haha. You need to explain that before I start this. I don't know. Is it because you don't like the song either? Is that what it is? In that case, I heartily apologize. But it is a request show. So what the requesters want, the requesters get if I'm able to do it. Sean wants cowbell. Should we give him cowbell? What do you think? Don't say I never gave you anything, Sean. There's your cowbell. I got your cowbell right here. Mama told me when I was young, come sit beside me, my only son, and listen closely what I say. And if you do this, it'll help you some sunny day. Take your time, don't live too fast. Troubles will come, they will pass.
won't you do this for me, son, if you can? Forget your lust for the rich man's gold. All that you need is in your soul. And you can do this, baby, try. All that I want for you, my son, is to be satisfied. Be a simple kind of man. Be something you love and understand. Baby, be a simple kind of man. Oh, won't you do this for me, son, if you can? Yeah, I just need one of those. I need one of those big hats. You know, to really do this part right. Maybe like a leather jacket with tassels. But the hat for sure. Yeah, you know, earlier, Fat Boy, when you said you have a fever, not the right social climate to make those kind of announcements. Those of us in the know knew you were talking about the fever for a cowbell and your prescription was more cowbell. However, you know, that's what I'm saying. Everybody goes right to the COVID. That's our first stop right now. But don't you worry, you'll find yourself. Follow your heart, Lord, nothing else. And you can do this, baby, if you try. All that I want for you, my son, is to be satisfied and be a simple kind of man. Be something you love and understand. Baby, be a simple kind of man. Oh, won't you do this for me, son, if you can?
Oh, there we go. Simple Man. Such a simple song. Oh, Lorraine. Thanks for that. Awesome as usual. I don't know about that, but it certainly was something. All right. What do you think? Shall we try to get another tune on? I think we should. I really do. And since Lorraine's here, let's do one from Justin. Justin Jewell sent over something that he has done. It's a song called Little Wanderer, and I would totally love to play it for you and see if the software will respect us like it respected Ian K. It should. Justin Jewell is an excellent talent and a young and upcoming guy that you should keep your eye on. Not only does he have an amazing personal story, and we'll be chatting with him so that he'll be able to fill you in better in his own words. But just an all around great kid and a super talented guy. Every time he plays the guitar, I want to burn mine. So yeah, let's see if this actually plays what it's supposed to play, and if it does, great. And if it doesn't, we'll come back and we'll do some more stuff. We're about 10 minutes away from our final guest of the evening. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you, Jocelyn. I don't know about awesome, but it was something. All right, let's see if we're going to hear from Mr. Justin James Jewell.
Hi, everybody. My name is Justin Jewell. I am 19 years old from Bell River, Ontario. I'm going to be playing a couple songs for you guys today. So the first one I'm going to do is an original that I wrote a couple years ago. It's called Little Wanderer, and it's a message of hope and encouragement. So, yeah, here we go. Take a moment or two for yourself. Sing a song, any simple melody, any tune you know. Little things in life that if you know where to go. Do what makes you happy. You will succeed. Little things in life, baby. thanks everybody. That was my original song entitled Little Wanderer. Before I play my next song, I'd like to give a little bit of a backstory.
Well, there you had it. The technology gods were in our favor. They ruled that Mr. Justin James Jewell, rightly so, should be heard by the masses, and heard he was. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool how we're bringing all these musicians together? We're bringing some music out in the world. I think that's pretty neat. And now he's inspired me to try a little something here. So let's see if we can get it. Cowbell just for you, Sean, and Fat Boy drums.
Well, I'm the type of guy who will never settle down. Where pretty girls are, well, you know that I'm around. I kiss them and I love them, cause to me they're all the same. Well, I hug them and I squeeze them, they don't even know my name. They call me the Wanderer, yeah, the Wanderer. I roam around, 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 around. Well, there's Boaz on my left arm and there's Barry on my right. And Jenny is a girl, well, I'll be with tonight. And when she asks me which one I love the best, well, I tear open my shirt and show
Had to do it, Justin. Had to do it. Had to be done. Alrighty. We're about 3 minutes away from our next guest. And that means I can do one real quick song. And then we'll get him set up. So let's do this one. This is really pretty, and I really wish one day I'm going to be able to play it properly. But it's pretty fast. So it's originally written for guitar, and I'm trying to come up with a great arrangement for piano, and I'm coming up with an okay arrangement. It's one of those situations where my brain moves faster than my fingers do, and nobody wins in that scenario, I guess. Right there, see?
She says, wake up, it's no use pretending. I'll keep stealing, breathing her. Birds are leaving over autumn's ending. One of us will die inside these arms. Eyes wide open, naked as we came. One will spread out, ashes round the yard. She says, if I leave before you, darling, don't you waste me in the ground. I lay smiling like our sleeping children. One of us will die inside these arms. Eyes wide open, naked as we came. One will spread out, ashes round the yard.
Such a beautiful little fast song. Even better when they have their harmonies that they do. Those guys have some amazing Simon and Garfunkel type tight harmonies. Just outstanding. All right, well, let's see if we can find our last guest of the evening hiding somewhere in Messenger. There he is. And we'll attempt to get him on the horn. This shouldn't be too bad. We're about a minute over time. So certainly not as bad as that last fiasco where we were 10 minutes over. We've got the ringing action happening. We got, the connection action is happening. Look at that, right on board. He's already in landscape mode. I'm telling you, this guy is going to be like my new favorite interviewer. So hang on, I've got him live right now. I just don't have him put into the audio system yet. But we are talking with Charlie Bondi. Mr. Bondi, are you there, sir?
I am here. Can you hear me?
I certainly can hear you, and it's wonderful to hear another human voice amidst this isolation.
Yeah, I hear you on that one. My son has been giving me most of my entertainment for the last 2 weeks, but can't complain.
Yeah. I mean, there are definitely worse situations to be in. So let me ask, first and foremost, right away, being that you have a child, Everybody okay? Everybody doing okay health wise?
Everyone seems to be okay at the moment. You know, there's always the worry, but
For sure, for sure. Now I have your title card down here as musician slash glazer, and I know that you were saying maybe people won't know what that last term is. So I'm going to let you speak to it and decide which one you would rather talk about first. You want to talk about the musician side of things or the glazer side of things first?
well, I mean, it depends, I guess. I've been doing both most of my life. My dad grew up in the glass industry, and my sisters and mom were always in the performing arts and doing, Broadway, local Broadway stuff. So, they've both been probably the biggest parts of my life throughout my life. Things come and go, but some things stay, and those two things have stayed in my whole life, right? So,
Sure. Well, let's talk about the glazing thing, just because that is what most people would consider the day job,
yeah.
or the job of normalcy, not like us nutty musicians that are contribute nothing to society. Um, so, talk a little bit about how has this impacted what you do on a professional day to day level in terms of now these social restrictions that have been put in place.
Well, I mean, first off, it's great. Since out of high school, I've had that assurance because my dad was in the industry that I had the job, and I would always pretty much have the job. And it's a good job. And glass, is everywhere. So there's always business. There's, nobody biting each other's, toes, I guess, or stepping on each other's toes as far as business goes. There's lots to go around. So there's always work. I've never had to take real time off until this whole COVID-19 started, and it really came down to, my wife's considered an essential worker, so she's doing her thing, and someone had to take layoff to watch the kid once they closed down all the daycares and all that. So I decided, and most of the shop that I'm at is also doing the same thing because, deliveries aren't coming, things like that, right? But we do have to keep certain things going and keep some customers, things that were on the go. So we've been doing that. But, just the change in lifestyle, I haven't been off work for longer than a couple days on vacation for quite a while. It's just something you do. You get up every day, you go to work. Something I've always done, something I've always liked to do. You're getting that bit of a paycheck. It helped me get a house early in my life. Now I'm on my second house with my wife and stuff. So it's done a lot for me being able to have that security and the solidarity of, that choice.
For sure. Now, do you find, because your story is not uncommon in the people that I've been talking to, in the sense that their people are dependent and used to that routine of getting up and going to work, and there's a dependability in the regularity of that lifestyle. How have you been filling the time? And because there are a lot of people that are in your situation, and do you have any hints for people that might be going a little cabin feverish?
The first week, it was get up and go, and I got this I can do, I got that I can do, and mind you, you're not jumping at the bit to go out and get stuff because of what's going on, but you do what you can. So the first week I felt it. Second week, still a little more tendency to be lazy in the mornings, sit around with my son, watching TV and flipping around on the phone, watching live musicians, things like that. And yeah, like it gets to a point where things just, it's hard, especially with a young one, asking to go to the park every day, asking, how do you even explain why we can't go to the park or why we can't go visit his cousins? It gets to you in a way. I mean, as a musician, I feel isolation is kind of a part of being a musician where you almost like certain points of isolation because you work on stuff, or most musicians know what isolation is like, and they don't really get that cabin fever as much. But there's always a line that gets crossed.
Yeah, and what talk a little bit, if you can, about what that conversation is like. So when your son says to hey Dad, why can't we go to the park, or why can't we go visit my cousin? How do you explain that? Because there's a tendency there to want to shield our children from the reality of the scary reality of what's going on. So what does that look like? How do you have that conversation?
I really had just kind of explained that, a lot of people are getting sick, and things are closed, and it's because everyone's getting sick, where to him he kind of calls it everybody's sick, so we can't. And it's like, no, not everyone's not sick, but there's a high probability that it can spread, and we're doing our part to make sure that it doesn't spread.
Yeah.
We do have the luxury that there's a school right by us with a lot of really nice pavement, so we can go and have bike rides, and keep busy that way. But really, every day, like. But now what he says is, when everyone's not sick, we can go and do this, and we can go and do that. And as a parent, it's like, yeah, looking for that, sign of improvement.
Yeah.
And it's,
Trust me, we're all looking for that time. I think back to, when I was a kid and we did all these crafts, for school and summer camps and all that kind of stuff. And, now all those things are just rushing back, into the forefront of my mind. It's like, how many more popsicle stick turkeys can I make before I'm going to lose my mind, right? Let's talk a little bit about the music side of things. So, how has what's been going on affected you in terms of being able to get together maybe with people to practice or, rehearse or work on new material? Are you doing anything, from a distance that way to kind of keep connected?
As a band, my band Ignore the Evidence, we haven't been trying to do, the over the internet jams or nothing like that. The real troublesome part of it is we went through a year of kind of not being able to work on much new stuff because we had shows lined up to, so we want to stay tight for those. And our bass player had a kid, so he wasn't able to come out as much. We did some shows without him. We did what we could for the year to keep going, keep playing shows. We had literally just gotten back into getting together. We wrote 3 songs in one night, and then 2 weeks later, all this stuff happened.
Yeah.
So, it was kind of like, okay, let's get back going, and boom, here we go.
Yeah, exactly. Reality sometimes has other plans that it's difficult for us to kind of wrap our heads around. But you mentioned that you were trying to get together and jam, online virtually and things like that. And that's something that a lot of musicians are really starting to explore. Did you find any success with anything that you can kind of tip your hats to?
I don't really know a whole lot about doing it at the same time and linking it all together. I mean, honestly, watching what you do with everything and the different, it amazes me, right? I mean, I know a little bit of how stuff works, but I haven't, it's not my thing so much, I'd say. It'd be cool to get on and do, the four musicians at separate spots.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you know how it is with problems, with lagging and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So,
especially today.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is tough, unless you're willing to spend, multiple tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on gear that will get you interconnected. Real-time jamming over the internet is still a fantasy for a lot in people.
Yeah.
But if somebody gets that app, they're going to make $1 billion.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the app thing is big in today's world, so hopefully this can derive some ideas like that way. I mean, we got a guy in our band that doesn't even have internet at his house or anything. Like, he's an older chap, so really, if it was anything, it'd be me and Willie, the singer, kind of shooting stuff back and forth, maybe working on stuff.
Right.
I mean, I work on stuff by myself, and not to say that it goes anywhere, but hey, it's playing.
Well, no, but you're keeping up with your craft, right? I mean, this whole project for me started with that I wanted to keep my chops up and I wanted to keep practicing, and then it turned into, well, I miss performing, so I'm going to try to perform virtually for people, and then people started requesting songs that were outside my comfort zone. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna try to do some of those because that'll stretch my playing ability, right? And it's just kind of taken on this weird other life, outside of that.
You've been doing some real marathon live events and stuff. Like, that takes a lot, and kudos to it. And to be able to, take in a random request and do something with it when you've never really taken a glimpse at more than any, as far as the song goes. Like, it's amazing. It's really cool.
Well,
I've been trying to just remember old songs I used to play with cover bands, and that's just
yeah. Well, trust me, I'm in the same. If I didn't have this tablet, I'm telling you, there would be, at least that's giving me a little bit of a crutch when it comes to lyrics and chords and stuff. But yeah, but it is challenging, but it's fun at the same time because it's pushing me. Sometimes I have to make. Somebody's been requesting Rob Shepley. who's a fantastic musician in his own right. He plays with the
I know Rob.
Dirty River Band.
Yeah.
You know, he's been coming up. He's like, okay, can you play Dogs by Pink Floyd, and can you play Welcome to the Machine, and you can like, and just stuff that like I know these tunes, but like, how do you take, you know, something like Welcome to the Machine or Dogs and reduce it to like one person and a keyboard? So I'm having to like come up with these arrangements on the fly, and it's awesome because like there's parts of my brain that are firing that haven't ever fired before. So kind of want to put two questions to you that I've been asking most people, and that is sorry, I should say thank you, by the way, for the kind words. That's very nice of you. Thank you.
Thank you for doing all the stuff that you've been doing since this all started.
Oh.
And even before that, you know, like you're always one to jump on it when you can jump on it and give it your all. It's really cool to see.
Thanks, man. That's very nice of you. Thank you. What do you miss the most from the normal life that we had a few weeks ago? And then on the flip side of that, because we're now forced to be in our homes and be, you know, isolated, is there something that, to your surprise, you found comfort or joy in having to become a recluse, let's say?
I have to think about that one for a sec. What do I miss the most about regular life? I guess, truthfully, going somewhere to pick up something and not having to like be freaked out about it when I get home. You know, because I have been the one to go and get groceries or this and that, or not have to worry if the lineup's around the door.
For sure.
I mean, playing gigs obviously was always fun, but they're far in between too. That, like, you know, it's not like I've never gone a couple months without playing a gig before. You know, 6 months maybe a different story if everything keeps going the way it seems to be going.
Sure.
Just I guess, you know, taking my kid to regular stuff and, you know, doing that and stuff. I guess it's hard to explain, but I've tried to keep my day-to-day stuff, especially with my son, as normal as possibly can be, so it doesn't seem weird and stuff, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's crucially important. And we've talked about that a little bit with some other folks, is that, you know, keeping that structure and that regimen in place, especially for kids, right? Because we need to keep them kind of focused and on track. And it's much easier to do that when there's like a list of tasks. But at the same time, we need to allow ourselves to forgive ourselves if we aren't able to accomplish everything on that list, because it's just a suggestion, right? And if you can't get to everything, you can't get to everything. And guess what? There's more time tomorrow, because that's all we got.
Definitely.
Yeah. So the second part of that question then, has there been something that, as a result of having to be this mandatory shut-in, has there been something that, to your surprise, you've been able to find joy or comfort in?
I mean, I've always found comfort in sitting home, spending time with my son, which is what I'm majorly doing. I guess the newest thing that I've been seeing is a lot of people having the courage to go on Facebook Live and perform in a way that you wouldn't see it before, because I don't get to go out to open mic nights, and I don't get to go see much shows after playing my shows. It's like, you know, getting my 1 or 2 nights a week is hard enough when you have a wife and a kid, right?
For sure.
So getting to see a lot of people and how the strength of things, and being optimistic that, you know, if things even got more worse, I think the good people would outweigh the shitty people.
Yeah.
That, I mean, I'm a trusting guy and I'm kind of an optimistic guy, so that may be totally the wrong thing to think, you know, but...
You know, I don't think so. I want to speak to that real quickly, because, you know, the one thing that we've been finding out when I've been talking to folks is that the one thing that they are seeing more than anything else right now is the benevolence and kindness of people coming back, and the empathy that we're feeling towards somebody else is kind of returning. And you have people doing things like extra volunteering, and especially at a time when things are we're kind of looking inward and looking to our own situations, but people are still volunteering their time for other people. They're doing things like trying to provide entertainment for folks. They're still giving to charities. They're finding a way that they can go get their elderly neighbors some groceries, or that kind of stuff. So I think it's very heartwarming that the best side of humanity is sort of showing itself. And yeah, we've got very loud but very small groups of people the other way. We've got people that are just totally in it for themselves, and they like to have a megaphone, and they like to use that megaphone, and it makes them seem, I think, larger than they actually are. But I think that the majority of it is that we've got the best side of humanity coming forward, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and I always feel that, like, being a Canadian and being a proud Canadian, that Canada does come together with stuff like this. And there's a lot of crummy people out there, and you hate to think about that stuff sometimes, but sometimes there's nothing but.
Yeah, for sure. And it's at times like this we need to push past that, right? And we need to find those things that bring us together instead of push us apart. And I think we're doing a good job of that.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
We were lucky being away, like, so far away from Toronto. I think we kind of started doing it before some of these other cities got a chance to, really. So that's what kind of put us behind all those numbers coming up. But the numbers are going to come up. The tests are behind. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about that much. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not wanting to go into stuff.
Yeah.
You just, you hope to hear better news tomorrow about whatever's going on, right? We're all just looking for that sight of light out there.
Absolutely. And that's a great way to put it. Is the important thing is to stay calm, listen to the people that know what they're talking about, and just hope for the best, because it's going to happen, right? Sooner or later, this is going to go away.
Yeah.
At some point. So there's no point in kind of getting yourself all worked up about it. And the best thing you can do is realize a couple of things. One, it's not about you. It's about making sure that the people in our lives that are more susceptible will stay safe, right? As soon as you start to think about it that way, the narrative changes a little bit. And so you can say to people, if it's like the Skittles argument, right? If I give you a bowl full of Skittles and I said, out of these 100 Skittles, there are 3 of them in there that are poisoned, right? Would you eat them?
Eat the Skittles,
right? And some people would.
What the are.
Yeah, well, some people would say, sure, I eat them, and then I say, great, hand that bowl to your daughter.
Yeah.
Would you have her eat them? Oh, no, I wouldn't do that. Okay, so there you go. That's what we're doing. What we're doing is we're trying to keep the poison Skittles away from people. So anyway.
Yeah, no, that's my biggest fear coming home from anywhere. It's if I've got it, and if my son gets it, and if my family gets it, it's, it's something that you think about at night before you go to sleep sometimes. And, I feel we're healthy and we've been being safe, and a lot of people have been doing the right thing. It's good to see.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, I'm going to leave it with the 2 questions that I try to leave all the interviews with. But first, I want to thank you very much for being a part of the conversation. This is exactly what it's all about, right? It's about realizing that even when we're isolated and even when we're locked down, there's still the ability to communicate with each other and still the ability to make that human connection, which I think is like super important. So the 2 questions, we've heard the rules and the mandates, and we're familiar with what governmentally we're being told to do, but sometimes the social barometer points a different way. We just saw this with these protests that were happening in Lansing, Michigan, right, where people, I think, are finally reaching the boiling point and kind of boiling over. But what do you think? What do you think at this point people should be doing or shouldn't be doing, or maybe could be doing better? And again, it's not like I'm not putting you in a position where you're dictating rules, but just in your opinion, what do you think people should and shouldn't be doing or could be doing better?
Well, I do feel the one thing that they kind of dropped the ball on a bit was that they left it open to, like, we suggest you people stay home. There's too much black and white there. You're leaving too much room for people. Oh, well, it's suggested, but it's not. Is it a law? Because if it's not a law, then I don't have to follow it,
right,
so to speak. As far as Michigan goes, they're one of the top states in all of the United States that are, I can't think of the word right now. Like they have a lot of
There
cases.
a lot of infected. Yeah.
Exactly. So maybe they feel that, hey, we're inevitably all going to get it. Might as well get things back going so we can live our lives again. We're going to get it. We're going to survive it. Maybe they've started thinking in that sense because of how bad it's gotten there. I totally haven't started thinking in that sense.
Right.
It's sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought.
No, that's okay. It's just, I think you basically more or less addressed it. It's, basically, and even in your answers previous to this, it was like, I think we're all on the right track, and we need to just understand that, social responsibility is a thing, responsibility to the community is a thing, and responsibility to each other is a thing. And Jocelyn just posts a quote in here that I think it just sums this up perfectly. She says, somebody posted a picture today that said, if you found out tomorrow that you had COVID-19, would you be proud of your actions to prevent the spread or ashamed about the number of people you would need to call just because you came in contact with them? And I
definitely see that.
Yeah, I think that kind of sums it up, right? I mean, I guess we're all in guess mode right now, and the best thing we can do is come at it with an educated guess. So
I mean, I know for a fact if you asked me who I've come in contact with in the last 2 weeks, I wouldn't be able to tell you every single person, every place I've been. I've definitely been doing the self-isolation, social distancing, but I've had to go to the grocery store here and there, go here and there,
sure,
making sure I keep my sanitizer, making sure I wash my hands when I come home. That's the most you can do. I still feel like, hey, I could have caught it. And I wouldn't know till what they say, 14 days? Like, you don't know. That's the fear.
Right.
Like I said, I feel they were just behind the curve as far as, the importance of it. But they were also ahead of the curve as far as starting it before anyone else kind of did.
For sure.
So they're doing the best they can, I feel, I'm not one to get into too much politics, but hey.
Yeah, and I think the fair point is that, especially with science and especially with dealing with the community at large, it's okay for people to say, I don't know. I don't know is not an incorrect answer. And
that's the scariest part of it.
That it is the scariest part of it, but I would rather hear an honest I don't know than a whole bunch of bullshit lies just to make me feel better about something. You know what I mean? Like I'd rather hear the I don't know honestly, and then very quickly followed up by, but we're going to find out. That's it. Mr. Charlie Bondi from Ignore the Evidence, thank you so much for joining this conversation, and especially at last minute for stepping in. That was awesome. I really appreciate it, brother.
My pleasure. And you know what? Enough with this COVID stuff. Get back to playing some music and forget about this shit for now.
Yeah, man, I'm on board with that. And hey, if you guys have some stuff that you've got recorded that I can play, on the program, please get it to me.
Okay, I will.
For sure. And definitely, if you don't mind, in the comments to this video, post a link that somebody can check out some stuff that you guys have done. And everybody out there, when this whole thing blows over, make sure you go check these guys out, because I've seen them a couple times, and they are something to see. So
thanks, Chris. You rock too, my man.
All right, brother. Thanks so much. Best to your family, and you guys stay safe.
You too.
Okay. Cheers.
I'll keep watching.
All right. Well, that was Mr. Charlie Bondi from Ignore the Evidence, and I hope that we're able to get some music from them. They're a fun band, man. They really are. I saw them at Rockstar. I think at least once, maybe twice. Anyway, Lorraine pops in and says, it's going to take time, and we all need to be patient one day at a time. That's no truer words have been spoken at this point. There's not much else we can do except lose our minds and start to kind of get a little nutty, which I get it. I get the temptation. And there's been plenty of times where, the lizard part of your brain wants to take over and wants to set things right and crusade and all that kind of stuff. But I think we need to err on the side of caution. We have another thing that we want to play here. This is a little bit different for us. It's some hip hop stuff that was sent to me by my good friend Sean Mayu, who goes by the name of Mailbox. If you've ever been to one of the rap or hip hop shows at Rockstar Music Hall, you have likely seen him there. He also is in another group called Devils by Definition, which is a very, very different project. That is some extremely heavy, awesome heavy music, but couldn't be more different than the stuff you're about to hear right now. So again, crossing them if you got them, because we're going to try and flip over and see if this media file takes up the way that it's supposed to. And then we'll be back and we'll have some more music from me. So get those requests ready. I want to see some when this comes back.
There's some guy out here that's like trying to grab my groceries. He's insisting that I let him help me. Give me some bags. Let me help. I don't really trust it. If you see me in the street and you're always looking down at your feet, I say what? Say hi, cause I'm a really nice guy. If you see me in the street and you're always looking down at your feet, I say why? Say hi, cause I'm a really nice guy. Yeah, I'm a really nice guy and I know that it's true. I don't even kill flies, I ask them to shoot. If you're deaf and like lyrics, I'll put captions for you. And if you're tired of cleaning, I might just back in your room. I don't need to act tough cause I got nothing to prove. If you're all up in my face, I'll just ask you to move. As the old saying goes, I think it has something to do with elastic and glue. Sticks and stones can for sure break bones. Has it happened to you? I was made fun of for my glasses and shoes. Came from a weird life, then mastered the blues. You get pretty strong when everyone's laughing at you. And your skin gets pretty thick and now you're laughing too. I'm just here kinda blasting through, and there's really nothing that they can do. Yeah, if you see me in the street and you're always looking down at your feet, I say why? Say hi, cause I'm a really nice guy. If you see me in the street and you're always looking down at your feet, I say why? Say hi, cause I'm a really nice guy. Yeah. What I'm saying is nobody can faze me. This life that I live really kinda changed me. Used to be pressured by what people thought, and now I've learned that it's better to not. You can love me or hate me, it's all up to you. I'm a family guy, so throw a call out to Stu. I don't have to ball out to prove that a wicked image is dissolved out with truth. Have I got your attention? I forgot to mention that I spent most of my school life up in detention. I swear that I've lived on a different dimension. I'm bringing a lesson. If you feeling this and sing when I'm repping, this is a weapon. People who disagree need to be stepping, cause humans are not just fools we can step on. I see this shit every day and it is fucking depressing. If you see me in the street and you're always looking down at your feet, I say why? Say hi, cause I'm a really nice guy. If you see me in the street and you're always looking down at your feet, I say why? Say hi, cause I'm a really nice guy. Yeah. Everybody's scared of everybody. Nobody wants to meet anybody. Like everybody's an enemy. That's not the world that I want to live in. Gee willikers. Definitely not. Thanks for listening.
Well, those of you among the Windsor and Essex County residents will have noticed all of the live action shots down by the river. That was Mailbox with Really Nice Guy, and he is. I will vouch for that personally. He's a top shelf human being. So I think it's great when we see things like that that promote the positivity of things rather than always being down in the dumps all the time. Yeah, I like it. Well, now what are we going to do? Let's try this one until we get some suggestions from folks out here.
Some folks like to get away, take a holiday from the neighborhood, or hop a flight to Miami Beach or to Hollywood. I'm taking a Greyhound on a Hudson River line. I'm in the New York state of mind. Seen all the movie stars in their fancy cars and their limousines, and high in the Rockies under the evergreens. I know what I'm needing, I don't want to waste more time. I'm in a New York state of mind. It was so easy living day by day, out of touch with the rhythm and blues. But now I need a little give and take. The New York Times, the Daily News. It comes down to reality. It's fine with me, 'cause I've let it slide. I don't care if it's Chinatown or down Riverside. I don't have any reasons, left them all behind. I'm in a New York state of mind. So easy living day by day, out of touch with the rhythm and blues. But now I need a little give and take. The New York Times, the Daily News. Whoa. Comes down to reality. It's fine with me, 'cause I've let it slide. Don't care if it's Chinatown or down Riverside. I don't have any reasons, I left them all behind. I'm in a New York state of mind. Taking a Greyhound on the Hudson River line. 'Cause I'm in a New York state of mind. Yeah.
We ended that one on the down. Not this. We ended it here. Exciting. We're changing it up. We're getting crazy on the Face to Facebook livecast. Getting crazy. Well, we are into our final hour. It's exciting. All our guests have run the gamut. It means it's just you and I. Let's see how fast people drop off when we realize there's no other people to talk to and you're just stuck with me. On the flip side, let's try to do this song again. Maybe we'll just do it without a capo. See what happens. I don't think so. I think we're going to do it with a capo. She broke down and let me in. Made me see where I'd been. Been down one time, been down two times. Been down one time, been down two times. Ooh, never going back again. You don't know what it means to win. Come around and see me again. Been down one time, been down two times. Never going back again. Been down one time, been down two times. Never going back again. Yeah. I give it a solid 6 out of 10 for effort. Oh, boy. All right. Still looking for that sponsorship from Coca-Cola for Coke Zero, but nothing's coming through. We may do one more break for some music from folks. I'm just really digging those segments. I'm really digging hearing new music. yeah, I think we'll do that. Right after this, we're gonna do this one. This came to me by way of Shelly Martinico, who wanted to hear it, and I forgot how much I absolutely adore this song. It is, in a word, marvelous. And I'm just getting this thing prepared right now so that we can jump into the next artist right after we're done. And I won't have to waste everybody's time with nonsense and ridiculousness of trying not to be frantically scrambling to be prepared as I wear all these different hats. You know that joke where it's like actor, singer, dancer, model. Now this is like musician and other stuff. Oh dear. I'm getting a little punchy. I'm getting tired. That's the other thing too is, I've been having naps before the show because my sleep schedule has been off. I get done this around midnight and I go inside and I kind of watch a bunch of dumb TV for a while, and so my brain will shut off. And then, and then I get this where I get super tired in the middle of the day, right? And I go and I have a nap, and then my body's in sleep mode, and then I wake up in a panic. And today I was bound and determined I was just going to stay awake all day so I could try to get back. No, 5 o'clock came around, and I could, like, literally, that thing where your eyes are seeing double and you can't see straight. That's exactly what was happening, and it probably has something to do with the fact that I'm not feeling great either. And I decided, I just need to go and lie down and rest before I make it worse. And yeah, I was out like instantly, and did not want to wake up. My alarm was set for 6:30. I think I snoozed it until 6:50 and came out here. So thank you everyone for bearing with me over the last couple of days where I haven't been feeling well, and I'm sure things haven't been 100% on top of the game. That's all that's what I'm going with. All right, let's see if we can do this. I know this is going to have a beat to it, so ooh, not that kind of a beat. That's acceptable. Yes, Lorraine, naps are great, except that, when you're trying to get up and then come here. And that's the thing is I come out, I'm all groggy and I can't focus. And then that feeling stays with me for the rest of the night. And I just feel like I'm doing you all a disservice. Please come to Boston for the springtime. I'm staying here with some friends, and they've got lots of room. You can sell your paintings on the sidewalk, by a cafe where I hope to be working soon. Please come to Boston, she said no. Won't you come home to me? She said, rambling boy, why don't you settle down? Boston ain't your kind of town. There ain't no gold, there ain't nobody like me. I'm the number one fan of
Boston with the snowfall, or Denver. We move up in the mountains so far that we can't be found. I'll echo I love yous down the canyon, and then lie awake at night till they come back around. Please come to Denver, she said no. Boy, you come home to me. And she said, hey, random boy, why don't you settle down? Denver ain't your kind of town. There ain't no gold and there ain't nobody like me. I'm the #1 fan of a man in Tennessee. This drifter's world goes round and round. I doubt it's ever gonna stop. But of all the dreams I've lost or found, and do all that I ain't got, I still need to cling to somebody I can sing to. Please come to LA to live forever. A California life alone is just too hard to build. I live in a house that looks out over the ocean. There's some stars that fell from the sky living up on the hill. Please come to LA. She just said no. Boy, won't you come home to me? And she said, hey, Ramdon boy, why don't you settle down? LA can't be your kind of town, 'cause there ain't no gold, there ain't nobody like me. I'm the #1 fan of a man from Tennessee. I'm the #1 fan of the man from Tennessee. Yes, Lorraine, Kenny Chesney did remake it. It's originally a song by a fellow called Dave Loggins, and I don't know if that's any relation to Kenny Loggins, but there are Loggins in the hills, apparently. Okay. Interesting. Let's do this one. We haven't done this one in a while. A long while, as a matter of fact. And then we'll put on some more local stuff. All right. This one we can definitely do a beat for. Probably could have kept that same beat, but we want to get a little bit that snare in there, I think.
Wonder if I should try to loop the whole thing. No. It changes. Never meant to cause you sorrow. Never meant to cause you pain. I learned one time to see you laughing. I only want to see you laughing in the purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I only wanna see you bathing in the purple rain. Never wanted to be your weekend lover. I only wanted to be some kind of friend. Maybe I can never steal you from another, except that I did. Such a shame our friendship had to end. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I only wanna see you underneath the purple rain. Honey, I know times are changing. It's time we all reach out for something new. That means you too. Like Bono. You say you want a leader, but you can't make up your mind. I think you better close it and let me guide you to the purple rain. Oh, purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I only wanna see, only wanna see in the purple rain. Here we go. I'm your private dancer. Oh dear. All right. Well, I said we were going to put on some more music, so let's do that, and we'll take a little bit of a breather after that. And you're going to hear probably a few scant seconds of that mailbox tune because, again, I keep forgetting that I need to shut the other thing off before I do the other thing. But let's see what happens. Here we go. Let's flip it and flip it.
She puts on a mask to hide away what she's feeling. She's always there to help people when they need it. She's beautiful, sometimes she don't see it. 'Cause when a heart breaks, it's hard to pick up the pieces. She looks in the mirror at the flaws in her reflection. Yet she makes me see clearer, gives my life a direction. And I know that every hero has their weakness, but she reminds me of the stars. One day I will reach there. One day I woke up and I made myself a promise to embrace what's good and to always be honest, to never give up and always try again. 'Cause she builds me up and now I know to be resilient. You
We had a little bit of a twofer there. Madeline Stein with Mask, her brand new tune that she was gracious enough to let us play, and a repeat of Mr. Chris McLean with Blues Finger. I love that tune. We're going to get some more of Chris's stuff as well. We can do a little bit more variety. I'm just kind of grasping at straws here as we go. Do a quick tune of the guitar. Close enough for rock and roll. Seen a man standing over a dead dog by a highway in a ditch. He's looking down, kind of puzzled, poking that dog with a stick. He's got his car door flung open. He's standing out on Highway 31. Like if you stood there long enough, that dog get up and run. Man, it struck me kind of funny. Seemed kind of funny, sir, to me. How at the end of every hard-earned day, people find some reason to believe. Now Mary Lou loved Johnny, the love mean and true. Said, baby, I'll work for you every day, bring my money home to you. One day he up and left her, and ever since that, she waits down at the end of that dirt road for young Johnny to come back. Man, it struck me kind of funny, seemed kind of funny, sir, to me. How at the end of every hard-earned day, people find some reason to believe. Take the baby to the river, Kyle William they call him. They wash the baby in the water, take away little Kyle's sin. In a whitewashed shotgun shack, an old man passes away. They take his body to the graveyard, and over him they pray. Now, Lord, won't you tell us what does it mean? Still at the end of every hard-earned day, people find some reason to believe. That struck me kind of funny, seemed kind of funny, sir, to me. How at the end of every hard-earned day, people find some reason to believe. How at the end of every hard-earned day, people find some reason to believe. All right. Well, hey, Stephen, thanks for linking this site on your Facebook page. That's fantastic. And greetings to all my friends up in the GTA then who are tuning in or who have tuned in. Not many people know this, but I was born there. I was born in Toronto at Wellesley Hospital back in the good, ripe old year of 1973. Oh, Maria joining us from Europe. Maria, I would so love for you to be a guest on this program and give us some insight into how things are going on the continent. That would be very lovely. Anyway, think about that. If you feel like you would be able to, I would do everything in my power to make that happen. All right, let's try this little beauty here. See in your eyes what I know in my heart is true. Our love, it has faded like the summers run through. Walk down the shoreline one last time together. Feel the wind blow our wandering hearts like a feather. Who knows what's waiting in the wings of time? Dry your eyes, we're gonna go where we can shine. Don't be hiding in sorrow or clinging to the past. With your beauty so precious and the season so fast. And no matter how cold the horizon appears, or how far the first night when I held you near, we're gonna rise from these ashes like a bird of flame. Take my hand, we're gonna go where we can shine. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. For all that we struggle, for all we pretend,
end. You know it don't come down to nothing, it's love in the end. And ours is a road that is strewn with goodbyes. As it unfolds, as it all unwinds, remember your soul is the one thing you can't compromise. Step out the shadow, we're gonna go where we can shine. We're gonna go where we can shine. We're gonna go where we can shine. Said we're gonna go where we can shine. Look and look and look through the windows at midnight, moon falling silver.
All right, there we go. A little bit of David Gray. It's probably my favorite David Gray song, and it's not really 100% the way it's played. It's played on a guitar with open tuning. It's open E tuning. And I just don't have the time or the inclination to start learning alternate tunings. I did play it once on an open tuning. It sounded great, but I just don't remember how it goes anymore, nor do I have another guitar, except that one there, that I could, I guess, tune an open tuning, but then that's not an electric one. And you see where I'm going with this. Just it's way more trouble than it's worth. I think it sounds okay that way as well, so we won't be too concerned with it. Let's try this one. I'm going to see if I can pull it up here. I'm a big Leonard Cohen fan. There's his album The Future is a great album. And this is an anthem for the day, I suppose you could say. Or at least it was in the 90s when it came out. That's one of the greatest unfortunate things of my life, or regrets of my life, is that I never got a chance to see Leonard Cohen live. I should have gone to see him in 2009, and I did not make it. And I am very, very sad. Oh, Maria comes up with an update for us. Fantastic. It's in the comments, but I'll read it for those of you who are just kind of tuning in. Maria says, situation in the Netherlands, intelligent lockdown in Corona times, which means we are allowed to leave the house only for shopping, seeing a doctor, and getting some fresh air. We must keep 1.5 meter distance, which some people ignore. Therefore, popular places are closed. People are fined with 400 euros per person when gathered with more than 3. So it's a little bit more stringent than over here. We have it in groups of more than 5, and you're charged around $750 Canadian, which is roughly close to 400 euros. I think, if I'm doing my calculation right, I think it's roughly double the currency. I don't know because I don't travel to Europe, unfortunately. But yeah, everything else seems to be roughly the same. Yeah, we're only allowed to leave the house for shopping. Well, we're only recommended to leave the house for shopping, seeing a doctor, and getting some fresh air. We also have to keep about 1.5 meters, so we have to keep about 6 feet. So maybe a little more distance than that. Interesting. Yeah, all of our popular places are closed. Most businesses are still closed, so there's not a whole lot to do. But I would like to find out from you too how people are reacting to it. What's the social situation like over there? Are people adhering to it? Are they upset? Are they kind of fighting against it? Here we've had a few small but very vocal groups that are fighting against the regulations that have come down. So just curious to see how it's shaken out in the rest of the world. Let's see if we can try this one. Oh, we're drinking and we're dancing and the band is really happening and the Johnny Walker wisdom running high. And my very sweet companion, she's the angel of compassion. She's rubbing half the world against her thigh. And every drinker, every dancer lifts a happy face to thank her. The fiddler fiddles something so sublime. All the women tear their blouses off and the men they dance on the polka dots. And his partner found, his partner lost, and it's hell to pay when the fiddler stops. It's closing time. The women tear their blouses off and the men they dance on the polka dots. And his partner found and his partner lost, and it's hell to pay when the fiddler stops. It's closing time. Side is laced with acid and the Holy Spirit's crying, where's the beef? And the moon is swimming naked and the summer night is fragrant with a mighty expectation of relief. So we struggle and we stagger down the snakes and up the ladder to the tower where the blessed hours chime. And I swear it happened just like this. A sigh, a cry, a hungry kiss. The gates of love, they budged an inch. I can't say much has happened since but closing time. And I swear it happened just like this. A sigh, a cry, a hungry kiss. The gates of love, they budged an inch. I can't say much has happened since but closing time. Closing time. I loved you for your beauty, but that doesn't make a fool of me, 'cause you were in it for your beauty too. And I loved you for your body, and there's a voice that sounds like God to me, declaring, 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 declaring that your body's really, 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 really. I loved you when our love was blessed. I love you now. There's nothing left but sorrow and a sense of overtime. And I miss you since the place got wrecked, but I just don't care what happens next. Looks like freedom, but it feels like death. It's something in between. I guess it's closing time. Since the police got wrecked by the winds of change and the weeds of sex. And it looks like freedom, but it feels like death. It's something in between, I guess. It's closing time. Closing time. Yeah, we're drinking and we're dancing, but there's nothing really happening. And the place is dead as heaven on a Saturday night.
And my very close companion gets me falling, gets me laughing. She's 100, but she's wearing something tight. And I lift my glass to the awful truth which you can't reveal to the ears of youth, except to say it isn't worth a dime. And the whole damn place goes crazy twice, and it's once for the devil and it's once for Christ. But the boss don't like these dizzy heights. We're busted in the blind lights of closing time. Oh, the whole damn place goes crazy twice, and it's once for the devil and it's once for Christ. The boss don't like these dizzy heights. We're busted in the blinding lights of closing time. Closing time. Oh, the women tear their blouses off, and the men they dance in the polka dots. It's closing time. His partner found, his partner lost, and his hill to pay when the fiddler stops. It's closing time. I swear it happened just like this. A sigh, a cry, a hungry kiss. It's closing time. The gates of love, they budged an inch. I can't say much has happened since, but closing time. I loved you when our love was blessed. I love you now. There's nothing left but closing time. And I miss you since our place got wrecked by the winds of change and the weeds of sex. It's closing time. It's a great song. That's a great album, actually, and it's really hard to sing like Leonard Cohen because he sings way down here. But it's a great album. I should try the song "The Future" next, the title track from the album, because it's just fantastic. Anyway, the clock reads 12. The streaming clock says we're at 5 hours and 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds, 11 seconds. So it means that we are at an end for this show. Maria comes back. I want to read this before we sign off here. She says that's not all. Her previous update was not all. The economy is collapsing. Lots of shops and businesses are closed. The government support themselves financially to avoid massive unemployments, which of course we are all going to pay back when they raise the taxes. They don't say this yet, but it happened after the crisis of 2008. Let's hope it will all get better soon and they will find a cure against the virus. I think that's what we're all hoping for. And I think that, yeah, we are kind of freaking out about what's happening financially. Here in Canada, we are also getting kind of a stimulus payment. It's called the Canadian Emergency Relief Bonus, CERB or CERB, I guess, however you want to say it. And yeah, it's taxable income. So for those of us receiving it, we got to make sure we're saving some of it aside because we're going to be taxed on it later. Now, it's weird because, so a little background here, and we're going to run over the 5 hours, but whatever, it's my show. We'll do what we want. We are in the position right now where I filed for unemployment because I was laid off because of COVID. There was a shortage of work. And so therefore, I'm going to go back to work, I'm assuming at some point. And I filed for unemployment and I was given one rate. And then suddenly they said, oh, we've reevaluated. We give you another rate. And it was a lower rate, which is fine. It's not lower by very much, but it matches what the CERB was supposed to be, or the CERB was supposed to be. And then when I went back to my portal, the governmental portal, just to kind of check on things and file my latest report for unemployment, they said, oh, you've filed for unemployment, therefore you don't need to apply for the CERB. So I'm not really sure how that all shakes out. Like, if I'm getting the same rate and you've recalculated, does that technically mean you've moved me over to it? But then when I go in there and they say I don't need to file for it,
I don't know. It's weird. I have to take some time and call them, I guess, and have them tell me what's happening. Anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me this evening, and thank you to my guests again for joining me. And I hope that everyone's getting a little bit out of what we're trying to do here, which is basically just maintaining that connection between people and that vibe of energy flowing between people, and realizing that just because we're in isolation doesn't mean we can't reach out virtually. Thank you again to the sponsors that keep the program going. You see the virtual tip jar right to my left, I guess, or right, or whatever. It's over there. The virtual tip jar. There's Interac and PayPal, and that's a way that you can help me kind of offset all the gig money that I'm missing from all my gigs getting canceled. Lots of artists that are streaming online are doing it right now, and whatever you guys can do is great. And if you can't, no big deal. I'm just here to give you some entertainment. But to that end, I have taken on a few sponsors that have helped kind of offset the streaming costs as well. So I'd like to say thank you to Rockstar Music Hall, the Platinum Room, Windsor Weddings, and the Border City Dance Company. And I'll give you some more information about them. Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier concert venue. They can do full productions. They do full stage productions. They do full concert productions. Right above them is the Platinum Room and Banquet Hall, event venue and banquet hall. They can do everything from full catering to DJ services, event services. It's a beautiful room. They spend a ton of time and money upgrading it. If you're getting married, then you can also take advantage of that for your wedding reception and your wedding ceremony, because Windsor Weddings also happens to be in the same building, and they can provide everything that you need for your wedding ceremony from top to bottom, including the officiant, so you can actually get married in the building. And Border City Dance Company is also housed there. They do rehearsals in the Platinum Room, and that's under the direction of the wonderful Melissa Williams, whose talents are astronomical and have been utilized by such famous people as Prince, whom I attempted to play earlier during the broadcast. And you've probably seen, if you're a fan of So You Think You Can Dance Canada, seasons 1 to 4 featured her choreography. So she is a consummate professional, and you would do well to send your aspiring young dancers to see her. Maria says, I love your concerts. Well, thank you. That's awesome. And it's because people keep responding positively that I keep going forward and doing this. And I don't know how to do very much, but the one thing I can do is try and give everybody a little bit of entertainment while we're all forced to be in front of our computers. So sign off with this broadcast now that I'm 5 minutes overtime. Sign off with this broadcast the same way that I sign off with everyone, and that is when you think about the world of nature, for example, we're all made up of matter, and matter takes the path of least resistance. If you put water, on a plane, and you put a block in front of it, the water will flow around the block before it tries to go up and over the block, because it's the path of least resistance. And human beings are the same way. We will take the path of least resistance whenever possible. So, in the case of your relationship with your fellow human beings, the path of least resistance is just to be decent, kind, and human. That is the thing that takes the least amount of effort. In fact, it takes extraordinary effort to act any other way. So, be like all the rest of nature, take the path of least resistance, and be decent and kind to each other. And I think that we've seen that that's been happening. So, without any other ado, we will end this program, and I will see you tomorrow. We'll have more exciting guests on the way, and we'll make more connections and reach out to more people. And you can always see the repeats of these things on YouTube if you head over to the YouTube channel, which you'll see on the side there, and it should be on the next end card. So once again, thank you so much. I'm going to stop rambling now, and we'll see you tomorrow.